Oops. Where'd the stupid chat window go? This one. Okay, what do I want to do? Okay, software practices. Okay. So I guess I want this. Oh, poor CPU. Okay, so can you guys hear me? Audio, no audio? Okay, so can you guys hear me? All right, that's the best I can do for now. Everything is sold out everywhere in terms of equipment, so we have to deal with this microphone. Okay, let me find the stuff I need. All right, so we're going to do a little recap of what we've been doing so far. We're going to be looking at continuous integration. So I got a ton of notes everywhere to make this happen. So what we'll do first is take a look at our tool chain and talk about how that's going. And look at, oh man, I totally can't spell continuous. Continuous? No, continuous. Oh my god. Continuous integration. All right. So we're going to look at the toolchain we have now and our goals. Well, I can type them out while we're here. And oh, thank you. It just got dropped. Hopefully the stream is still going. Oh my god, come on. You're killing me. So where's my chat box gone? That's why. And my poor CPU is totally maxed, as you can see. So things are going to be a bit sluggish, I guess. All right, come on, let's go. All right, well, while we're waiting for, oh, there we go. So right click, come on, come on, come on, new slide. So if you remember early on, our goals at a very high level were to come up with a system that was automated, repeatable, and verifiable. So we're doing pretty well for that. But there is a little hole in what we have. In terms of our deployment strategy, we don't really have a deployment strategy. So we need to look at that, and we need to make that thing itself automated, repeatable, and verifiable. And we're going to do that by building another piece on our tool chain for continuous integration. And what continuous integration means is we are going to, let's make this about continuous integration. We are going to make all of our automated stuff part of the build system. So, I mean, we have it locally when we build that things happen, but really we want to put it into our source control system so that it's automatically going to do stuff for us based on when we do check-ins. So it's going to automatically build, it's going to automatically run the tests, and ultimately that it's going to, what am I trying to say, automatically deploy. The buzz in the mic I can't do anything about. It's a built-in integrated mic, and I'm I don't know, 2 feet away as it is. And I'll check my monitor for the levels. I'm pretty high. I'll turn it down a tiny bit. And it's not clipping, it's right at the top. So the buzz is just background buzz. Okay, so continuous integration. So the deal here is we're going to take our existing toolchain, and every time we integrate our code, so that's when we do a check-in, it's going to automatically run the build and the tests, and then we'll get a little notice about if it succeeded or failed. And if it succeeds, it will merge it into the master branch, and if it fails, it won't. So the idea here is we're going to automatically run our toolchain, which includes a build, a lint, although our linter is currently set up so that only gives warnings, no errors, so the linter won't actually change anything, and then it'll run our tests. And then what's going to happen is it'll automatically do a merge into the master branch, and then it will deploy. So that's actually another step called continuous deployment or continuous delivery. They have slightly different meanings. I don't want to focus on that right now. So continuous deployment and delivery. I can't remember which one's which. I have to look them up. One of them is everything happens automatically except for the final deployment stage where somebody has to click a button, and the other one is everything happens automatically. Like if it succeeds in passing the build and the test, then it will automatically push to a remote server, and then it will be live. And we're gonna try to get that going today. And with 2 hours, we should be able to do it. It's just really setting up a configuration and having a deployment target. So we're going to be deploying to Heroku. GitLab has setups for Kubernetes deployments. So if you're familiar with virtual machines, you may have heard of Docker as a container system. What that means is, well, the idea of a virtual machine is you run an image of an operating system inside of another operating system. So you have your main operating system that runs, and it runs this container, for lack of a better term, or actually that's what they're called, in a, oh, what am I doing? I don't know, I distracted myself. It runs this container that's going to run another operating system. So actually this goes back to one of our goals, actually all three of our goals, of automated, repeatable, and verifiable. We don't really have repeatable deployment. We have no deployment right now. So if we were to try to use this in production, we would build our system, the test would automatically run, we'd have a directory that has all of the compiled JavaScript files. And then at present, we would bundle them up probably into a tar, which is basically the same as a zip file, and then we would deploy them onto our server by transferring them via FTP, so file transfer protocol. Then we'd SSH into that server just like we do on Cloud9, which I see I don't have running yet, so let's get that going. And then we would extract the archive. And up to, well, actually it's been a while since we do things like that. Maybe 15 years ago that was totally fine. So if we were deploying Java server stuff, enterprise Java Bean things, we'd have our build system kick out either a WAR file or an EAR file, which is basically an archive with some deployment descriptors in it, and then we would just copy that file. What we're trying to get to is this automated, repeatable, verifiable. And that totally is not automated. And whenever something's not automated, it's questionable if it's repeatable, because you don't know if somebody typed a magic command that's not part of your scripting system. And then because it's not repeatable, then it's no longer verifiable either. Because, well, I don't know, did it only work because you typed a magic command that you forgot to put in the script, or what? So what we want to do with this continuous deployment and continuous delivery system is we're going to have our build system actually, once it's done and it's verified everything works by running the tests, it is going to automatically push this thing into a live environment. So we're practicing continuous delivery. That's really what the goal is for an agile development system. You want everything to happen automatically. In the real world, you might be fortunate to work at a shop like that, but if it's an old shop or if it's a large shop, they'll probably have an additional QA step where QA has to examine what you want to deploy, and then they push a button to make it go live. We're not going to have that step. We're going to have our changes go straight to a live production environment as soon as it passes all of its tests. So everything will be completely automated. And I'm trying to juggle my screens so I can see the chat and my stream controls. Okay, that looks pretty good. All right, so let's make this happen. So let's take a look at our tool chain as it lies right now. So I'll open up AWS and we'll find our current semester, which is this guy. And then I guess I need to go in there as well. So CP to C2350.2020. Ugh, what did I type wrong? CD CP SC 2350 2020. Oh, I forgot the 10. All right, and I'll just make sure I have everything up to date. Awesome. So I'm going to make dir for a week 9, which is going to be CI/CD. So continuous integration, continuous deployment. And then before we get in there, let's take a look at the latest toolchain setup we had for the testing environment. So what do we got? We got our files here. Those are our source files, and it deploys into this little build directory, and that's kind of where the toolchain currently stops. But let's take a look at package.json, because that tells us what all of our tools are that we're presently using. All right, so they're all down here in the dev dependencies. We don't have any live dependencies because we're working on this section down here. So we can take a quick inventory and sort of list out what our current toolchain does. So the toolchain. So at the very front of our toolchain, we have our compiler, which is the TypeScript compiler. So we'll just say TypeScript compiler, and what it's going to do is it takes our inputs. So I guess I'll use, let's use shell notation, and we're going to give it all of our JavaScript files like that, and then it's going to spit out a whole bunch of TypeScript files. Okay, so that is stage 1 of our build system. All right, so then after that, the linter runs, I believe, which is ESLint with some plugins for TypeScript. And it works basically the same way. So we're also just going to give it all of the TypeScript files, and then it will inspect them for coding conventions and common sources of errors. And then it's going to modify the things that it can, and it will warn us about the things that it can't. The compiler also does stuff like that, like some of the options we gave to the compiler. Actually, I don't need to wax about it. I can just show you. So if we look at tsconfig.json here, we can see I gave it all of these options down here. So for example, we're not allowed to use an implicit any type. So in TypeScript we have to say what type things are, and if you leave it out, it's implied that it's any type, and I've told the compiler that's not allowed. Likewise, we're not allowed to leave out the this keyword when we're calling instance methods or accessing instance variables. So the compiler will complain about that if it's missing. Right, but then ESLint has a lot more rules that it will check against. So that is ESLint. Oh, I should have made this a table. Oh well. Then it's going to run jest, and jest is going to look for all of the spec.ts files and all of the test.ts files. So Bruno asks a question, even if we define the type to be any. So this guy here, it says no implicit any. So this would allow an explicit any. So if you put the any there, it would be permitted. You're just not allowed to leave it out. But then, so it'll pass the compiler, but the linter is not going to like that. ESLint is going to have a problem with that. So there's a default rule that says you're not allowed to declare things any. We can override it if we need to with the ESLint disable directives, and we do that occasionally, especially for unused variables. We've been doing that. So if we pull up, where is he? The user ID factory impulse spec. Oh, I missed this guy down here. And these directives, like here, the linter would have been mad about this variable a2 being unused, but we knew that in this case a2 was never going to be passed because we were only getting compute user IDs. So this was an overloaded method, had a whole bunch of signatures, right? And in this case, we knew only this one would be used, a1, and a2 would never get used by the mock because this was the mock we were writing for our test. So the linter was mad because it says, hey, there's this variable you haven't used. So we told the linter, yeah, we know what we're doing. So we can declare things to be any if we need to, and the linter will complain, but then we can just tell the linter, yeah, we know that's not a great thing, but we've decided to do it. And there's valid reasons for that. If you're going to have a method that's exposed to the world and anybody could pass anything, and maybe that method actually allows that kind of thing, it would be declared as an any. Or if you're using an external library and it takes a parameter that could be a lot of things, we'd have to make a little stub to tell TypeScript the types that that library accepts. And actually I can show you that for one of my projects, poke down here, and we'll look at where is it, in source? Yeah, so here I use an external library called ADBKit. So this is the Android development bridge, and it actually talks to my phone. So it'll go out over USB and do some stuff with my phone, but this library does not have type definitions. So to use it in TypeScript, I had to create my own type definitions. That's why it's in this @types directory. So for example, there is a method called createClient, and it takes an options object, and I just declared it to be any because it can be I think it can be one of these types, but you can also pass just kind of any object that has these things set on it. Now that I look at it, I should probably change it to be this type. But then there's other things down here. This guy, read all, it takes in an input stream, so I could go hunt for the type for it, but I didn't have the time to be bothered with it, so I just declared it to be an any. So sometimes when we're dealing with external libraries, they're not going to be nicely typed, and if it's not worth our time to track it down, we could say any, or it could just be that that library takes anything, like the equals method, for example. The method equals, not the equals keywords, not the symbols. It can literally take any type as its input and do comparisons. So those you would definitely want to be any's. Okay, so it looks like I pasted a date there. Don't save. All right, so we were looking at the rest of our tool chain. So we got our TypeScript compiler. It turns our, whoops, I got that backwards. The TypeScript inputs into JavaScript outputs, and it also does some nice things that I won't get into now because I want to try not to go on too far of a tangent. We have our linter that runs, and it's got some plugins that are going to allow it to handle TypeScript files. And then after that goes, then our automated testing system will run, and it will give us a little test report. And that's sort of where the automated part of our toolchain ends. Okay, now there is another part of our toolchain that we use during all of this. It's Git, our source control system. So that's for source control, like so. And when we're happy with our stuff, we'll check it into Git, or even if it's a work in progress and we want to kind of save where we are at the moment, we'll check it into Git. And again, that's where the automated part of the toolchain ends. There's nothing automated going on there. So Git has what they call hooks, where you can make things run when certain events happen. So on a commit, something can happen, and you can even do things on merges and all kinds of weird things. So these are basically event listeners of a kind. So we can say when this event happens, run this external script, and if that script succeeds, then allow the thing to happen, and if not, don't allow the thing to happen. And it can even do modifications. So for example, it could automatically run the linter, and if the files change, then the files change, and that's what gets committed. So we're not going to look at client-side hooks because there's just too much stuff we already have to look at. So these hooks are mostly for the client side. Actually, they're all for the client side as far as I know. I wouldn't be surprised if you could do other things. But we do have our repository itself, the backend, so the upstream or the remote, I'm going to call it. In our case, that is going to be GitLab. All right, so this is where continuous integration really starts to come in. So when we make a push to the remote server, we can set up the continuous integration pipeline, which we'll be looking at, to automatically do some stuff for us. So automatically do stuff. Stuff is a technical term. Okay, so what we would like to happen is when something gets pushed to the remote server, or actually, well, it could be when it gets pushed, or it could be when there's a merge request. So we'll just say on push / merge, we want it to run the toolchain itself. Like one of the rules of client-server software development is you never trust the client. So when we're doing development and we have our own Git repositories and then we push it to GitLab, which is our upstream repository, that one shouldn't really trust us. So, I mean, we could say, yeah, we ran the compiler and the linter and the tester and everything works, but that's relying on the human factor. I would, well, we're responsible developers, so maybe we did everything we're supposed to do, but I mean, we don't always do that. So I would like my upstream repository to do the steps that I say are necessary. So in particular, it's going to go through a build, it's going to run the lint, it's going to run the tests, and then, so I'll just say runs toolchain, and then we're going to take that one step further into the continuous delivery or continuous deployment step, where it's going to push into production. So that'll all be automatic. Right, so let's take a look at what we've got again. So we don't need tsconfig. We can look at package.json. We've got all these dependencies. We only really need, I think, one more dependency, and then this will all be good to go. So I think now would be the time to add that dependency. And then, yeah, we'll just add that right now. Okay, so we want to include one more development dependency, and it's for the testing framework, actually. It's for reporting. So what are they called? not JUnit. GitLab and GitHub can be made aware of test results, and they will display them in the environment itself. But we need our tests to be reported in a certain format, and the standard that's being used is called the JUnit reporting framework. So JUnit is an automated test library for Java. It was one of the first automated testing libraries that really pushed this automated testing thing. So it had a standard for reporting its results in a certain file format, and that kind of got adopted by other tool chains in other languages. So I'll see if I can remember what it is. We're going to do an npm install -d for, oh wait, I don't want to do it here. I want to do it in week 9. And before I do that, I might as well copy over the week 8 stuff. Where is it? Here it is. So I'm just going to grab all of our meta configuration files and drop them into week 9. Then make sure I'm editing the right ones. Oh, you can do it. Come on. They're probably already there. It's just the UI is sluggish. Okay. All right, yeah, they're there because it's got the percentage. All right, so I need to nano up the package.json just to change the name of our project. So it's going to be week 9 CI/CD. Where is the title? Oh, it's called user IDs here. Okay, well, we'll just change that. Okay, good. And sometimes Cloud9 gets a little confused about what it's displaying, and I find the way to fix it is to delete this metadata folder, and then things tend to work out. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'll just finish the manual edits I'm doing here. So this is going to be week 9 CI/CD, and then Control X. Yes, enter. Thank you, and then we'll go back to using the GUI. Oh, no, not for that file. That's a big one. So we'll do nano package. Hey, thank you. Package lock. All right. Same deal with this one. Comma, quote, USERIDS. And that'll become week 9 underscore CI/CD. Control X, yes, enter. It's quite a bit of lag, because I'm uploading a lot of stuff as I'm doing this. All right, so we want to add one more dependency. So I'll just have package.json open in the back, and then back to the terminal, and we're going to do an npm install -d for jest hyphen, oh, what's it called? I think it's just called jest unit. Let's find out. Yes, good, it's going to go. Let me check my stream health, make sure we're still here. Yeah, we're still there. This normally isn't this slow. Okay, there we go. All right, any warnings? Oh my god, found 3,000 vulnerabilities. That's not good. There must be some library that everything depends on that has a problem. So I guess we'll just run this command while we're looking at this new dependency that was added. All right, so this is a plugin to the Jest framework. Where did it go? Jest JUnit, there it is. And all it's going to do is it's going to add a reporter. We're going to have to add that reporter manually to the configuration, I believe. So a reporter is the thing that makes the reports about the tests. So by default, we can open this coverage directory, and you can see there's this HTML format here, and down there, there's this Clover XML. So Clover is another automated testing tool, and it has its own format for reporting things. There's this JSON object file, which has the coverage data, but GitLab and GitHub, they don't speak these languages. The easiest thing to give them is a report in the JUnit format, because they do speak that language. And actually, before I do that, I think, no, it's good enough. Let's see, because we got to get the continuous integration pipeline working too. These tools all fit together. All right, did you do it? Are you still doing things? What are you doing? All right, okay. Well, it said it fixed it, so I guess that's a good thing. All right, let's close off this guy because you're not going to help us anymore. So we need to set up a whole bunch of tools to work together. It's kind of hard to pick where to start because they all interconnect and they're all dependent on each other. So let's start making us a continuous integration file first. So I'm going to put up a reference on a little laptop I have on the side, because it's easy to forget something when you're doing this. All right, so we've got to create a file. This will be GitLab specific. GitHub will be very, very similar though. So I'm going to create this file called .gitlab-ci for continuous integration, and it's in YML format. So it's just going to look, if you ever program Python, it'll be familiar because everything is just by indentation. So nothing is too shocking there. Okay, so where did that file go? There you are. All right, so back to our slides. Remember, our goals are automated, repeatable, verifiable. One of the problems that we haven't addressed yet is we have this idea of a development environment, and it's managed by our package manager npm. So we can do, npm install, and then it'll install all the things, and then all of our development environments are more or less similar. Modulo our operating system might be different, which can cause problems, but the node environment, we'll call it, it can be repeated. But this is all for development, and we don't want to do that in production. So we're going to have a repeatable production system. And one of the questions around that is really, well, I just said, the operating systems might be different. We need to standardize those operating systems because we're going to be deploying this application. And when it runs all these tools, I need it to be repeated, and I need it to be the same every time. So the way we're going to achieve that is by defining we're not going to go so far as to make a container, but we're going to define a standard platform for running all these tests. Right, so we do that in this continuous integration file here. So first thing I'm going to do is define the operating system image. So this is going to be pulled from Docker. So we'll pull up Docker just so we can have a look. So Docker is a container management system. So the idea is, well, the invention of virtual machines was great. We can install an operating system into sort of this image on another operating system. But then the problems arise because, well, how do you standardize those things? Like, you don't want to manually run the install for the operating system every time. So the idea was we'd create these Docker containers, which would have sort of the environment encapsulated into this container object thing that would be standardized, and we could put the operating system image inside of that, and it would have all of the things installed that it needs to install. Like, it would have Node there, and it would have the rest of the tool chain there that's required. So that becomes standard. And that was a big boon. And then we had a problem of how do we manage these things, and that's what Kubernetes does. So the Docker containers is more about defining a deployment, and then Kubernetes is about managing it when it's running. So let's take a look. I want to find the list of all the containers, and there's like billions of them, but we'll see if it's in here. No, that wants me to download things. Products, why Docker, where are you? Does anybody know where the container, you know, I'll just Google it. We'll just do Docker container registry. All right. Okay, no, not Azure. Deploy registry server, Azure container registry, Docker registry. That's probably the one we want. Oh, Google Cloud has one too. Looks like everybody has one now. It's a popular thing to do. All right, so the Docker trusted registry. Oh, I just want the list of things. Why use it? Ooh, that sounds good. Docker Hub. All right, that must be what I want. Because, you know, you got GitHub, now we got Docker Hub. That sounds like the thing they would call it. Oh, don't make me log in. Explore. So the idea of the Docker Hub, it's sort of like NPM, except it's not managing packages, it's managing deployment images. So here we go. So an Oracle Database Enterprise Edition. So if you want a deployment that is just the Oracle Database Enterprise Edition, you could deploy this container onto some server. And the reason we put these things on these containers is just for ease of deployment. So if I've got you know, a server farm, or if I'm using a cloud system and I start up an instance of a cloud server, I do have to specify what operating system it runs, and I've got to specify what software is going to be on there. And rather than letting it take defaults and then logging in and then running installs for stuff, you know, I do all that once and I set it up the way I want it. So say, you know, here's our database, here's its name, here's all its tables. When it starts up, it's supposed to connect to this cluster and then do whatever it does. All that stuff can be set up once, and then you create an image of this container, and then you're free to deploy that quickly onto any virtual machines you want, whether they be local or in the cloud. So here's another one that has Oracle Java 8 and one that's running MySQL. Is there anything more interesting? Well, here's an Ubuntu image. Redis is a distributed key value store, so it's a map, but it's a giant map distributed across a lot of machines in memory. So it's basically a giant hash map that you can access and store things in. So it's super useful for caching, stuff like that. And here's a node image. So anyways, we can grab any one of these that we want, and we can say that's going to be our deployment image when it's running the continuous integration stuff. So leave that open over there. And the one I want is called Node 12 Alpine. So we're going to say that it's a node server, and it's a particular variant that runs Node 12. So that is the current long-term support branch of Node, and then it runs on top of an operating system called Alpine. So you'll find a lot of the containers in the hub have this sort of pattern to them. So actually, why don't we go back down to Node and see what it has to say about itself. There's Node. And there should be all kinds of versions of these containers under the Node project. Or, okay, there we go. Yeah, here we go. So if I want the absolute latest, I can grab 1310 and whatever particular variant I want. Here is the latest on the 12 branch. And what do we've got? We've got Buster, which I have no idea what it is. Alpine I know is an operating system. Jessie, again, I don't know what that is. But there's Alpine and Buster again. And there should be Ubuntu variants as well, but I don't see them here. Maybe they're under the Ubuntu project. So we've chosen Alpine because it is an extremely lightweight operating system. The whole thing, I think, is about 5 megabytes. So if you were to use a standard Ubuntu image as your deploy, it's got to replicate like a gigabyte file system. And every time you do this, it will download that image from Docker, and then it has to put it onto a virtual machine's disk if it's using a physical disk. And then it has to start, and it can take a while, 5-10 minutes, and we're trying to minimize that because the longer things take, the more likely people are going to be to resist them because they don't want to wait for all those things to happen all the time. Alpine is an extremely small Linux kernel. It's basically just the kernel and a minimum set of things to make it POSIX compliant. I'm not even sure if it is fully POSIX compliant because a lot of the tools are missing. So as part of our scripts, we're going to have to add those, but that's not going to be a problem. So anyways, that is our operating system we're going to use, Alpine, and the Node 12 is saying you have to also have Node version 12 installed. Okay, so now we're going to basically write this little continuous integration script in this GitLab CI YML language, and we should probably find the reference for that. So we'll do GitLab CI YML, and we'll find something. Configuration reference, that sounds good. And there's a getting started with, and it looks like we got lots of other references we can use. Are you gonna open? Maybe? Okay, so what do we got? Well, there's the one we were just working on. Whew, what happened there? I don't know, because that's what I actually wanted to be looking at. Oh, there it is over there. Image specifies the operating system. Service can be some services that are going to be installed into that operating system. So the way Docker works is you have a container, which is the base install of what you want, and then you can actually add services on top of containers. So if you just took a stripped down Alpine image and you wanted it to run MySQL, there probably already is an image of MySQL with Alpine, but pretend there's not. You could have an image for Alpine, and then you'd say, I want this service MySQL, and then it will take the basic Alpine image and layer on top of it a MySQL install. So we can do some composition, I guess, to construct our images. Okay, so we got a reference, and you can see if you've ever made a make file, it kind of looks like a make file. We've got a target, we've got our, what's that guy called on the, I don't know, this is the rule, I suppose. No dependencies though. So these are our directives we can include. I'm not going to run through them all. We're just going to use the ones we need. So one of the things I would like to specify is I just want to see the NPM and Node versions that are installed. So if anything goes wrong, I will be able to check out what versions of things to make sure that it is actually running. So we'll do a little tag up here that says before script. So before any of the script runs, it's going to run these following commands. And do I want spaces there or do I want tabs? I want spaces, okay. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to run the npm command. So the notation in this YML thing is you go down, you indent, and you put a hyphen to say this is underneath the before script. So we'll do an npm, and I just want to see the version that's installed. And then I don't want my script to fail. So if you've taken 1280 with me, you know that that's an OR, and I'll just say true. So if the thing on the left fails, the whole statement will succeed, because this script will actually stop if any one of these commands fails. So I don't want this little debug thing scripts output, so I can use it to debug if I need it. Okay, we're going to then define the stages of our pipeline. So when I say a pipeline, again, taking 1280, you know that we can have process 1, and then that gets piped into process 2, like that, and that gets piped into process 3, etc. And this builds a pipeline following the pipes and filters architecture, which I think I've put on a slide somewhere. We didn't go into it though. This is called pipes and filters because we've got these things that are called filters because they read from an input on the left and they write to their output on the right. That's kind of a definition for a filter, and then they're connected together by these pipes. So it creates this kind of continuous passage of data. So we're going to have things go through this process 1, or you can think of it as stage 1, and then the output from that goes into process 2, and then the output from that goes into process 3, and at the end we get our final result. Okay, so we have to define these stages here, here, and here. And we're going to do that with the stages keyword. So we'll just say stages, and then I'm going to have 2 stages. The first one's going to be build. So this will be, well, building our project. And then if that succeeds, it will go on to the deploy stage. So these will run in serial. We can make things, actually the things in the stages all run in parallel, but I think our build stage is only going to have one thing that it does, so not too exciting. Okay, so now we need to define the things that happen in these stages. So at present, when we want to run our full toolchain, we just say npm run build. So there's only one, what are they called? I don't know, substage inside our stage. So we'll just come along and say that this is going to be the build stage, and the convention is you would say what the event is with a hyphen. So it looks kind of funny, build, but we can actually make tests run in parallel, but again, it's kind of pointless because our build system automatically runs them in serial. So we have to say what stage this belongs to, and we're going to say it belongs to the build stage. So this guy up here, that's just its name. And then this is saying that it belongs to the build stage. That is how you spell build. It looks bizarre. Okay. Right, then we're going to say what we actually want it to do. So our script that's going to be in here is going to be npm install. Okay, and then, oh, we're going to need a separate repository for this, I think. Well, we'll find out. And then npm rebuild. Okay, so this guy is going to install all of the node modules, and then this guy is going to rebuild the project. And actually, yeah, I think we're going to have to do this in a separate repository. That's all right. We'll get there when we need to get there. Okay. So what's going to happen is this operating system is going to get deployed. These 2 commands are going to get run just so their output appears in the log for that thing. And then it's going to start running these stages. So we got a stage 1 and a stage 2, the build and deploy. The build stage right now only consists of these 2 commands. And we could just pretend we're going to be that system by doing it manually. So if I go back to a terminal, I've already done the npm install. Okay, so the only thing left for me to do is the npm rebuild. Okay, so that's going to run npm clean, so it'll get rid of any directories that already exist from a build. Oh, I did the wrong one. Don't do that. Okay, I wanted to do npm run rebuild, not npm rebuild. So that's probably wrong on my little file too, so I'll go change it. Oh, got an error. That's not good. Probably because there's no source files, right? Yeah, no inputs were found, so I've got no source files. All right, so I did say this is probably going to have to be in its own repository, so I'm going to take it out of these directories for now and put it at the top, and I guess I'll just leave the title. Right, so other reason it's going to be in its own repository is because every time this gets checked in, it's going to run these steps. I guess I could figure it out how to make it in the same repository, but that's time I don't want to do live. Okay, so we need it to run something. And we're going to be deploying to Heroku, as I said, which is a service that will run a web app for you. So let's take a look at them. Heroku. You guys are silent. Makes me think I'm talking to myself. Okay, Heroku. Let's see if anybody's still there. Yes, you're still there. Okay. I don't want to do the sign up. I want to do a login. Okay. So I think I already have one web app there from playing around, and we're just going to overwrite it. But the idea of Heroku is it will, basically the high level concept is you can give it a container, and then it will build that container for you and run that container, and then you can access it. So let me just change my stream so I can grab my password without you guys spying on me. Just webcam. All right. Oh, I need to shave. All right, Heroku. I think this account. So paste that guy there. So this will actually give us a live web app on the internet that we can play with. Yeah, you can save my password. So let me verify that this logs in. Everything is so slow. Okay, it looks like it's going to happen. So go back to browser. No, not that one. Desktop. That one. Okay. Okay, I'll let that go in the background. All right, so we were back to working on this continuous integration script. So one of the things that happens when you run rebuild is it should have created some output directories, which I don't see anywhere. So come on, why are you not responding? Oh, that's right, because there was nothing to build. All right, that's why we went on this tangent. So I'm going to build a little web app that just sums numbers, and I don't want to go into the details exactly of what it works. So I'm just going to grab the source code from a previous incarnation of doing stuff. So where was that? There it is, sum. Okay. All right, so in here we've got an index. So we'll learn a little tiny bit about Express. If you're taking Jordan's class as well, this should not be new. The way I set it up might be a little different. So I'm just going to grab all of this junk, and actually I'll just grab these two files and we'll quickly run over what they do without getting into too much detail. So I need down here in the CI/CD folder to create a source directory to put this stuff into, and it is super sluggish. Okay, so we'll do make dir source like that, and Okay. All right. Where'd you go? Uh-oh, I'm in the wrong folder. Right. Okay, I got lost. Hold on. CD, we'll go to my home directory, and then environment. Okay. And then ls, and I should have a week 09 project at the top level now. Wow. Okay, there we go. Then I need to, okay, there it is. So it was working. That was really weird. Okay, so we'll go into source. It's just not drawing it over here. So maybe if I collapse it and then expand it again, it'll be there. There it is, good. Okay, so in there, I'm just gonna paste those two files, and then we'll have a look at exactly what they're doing. So let's get rid of you. We'll leave you open because you're working on you. Okay, so in the index.html, or sorry, index.ts, we don't want any of those. So I'm going to take them all away. We're just going to keep the app that does summing. Okay. All right. Why are you angry about everything? Okay, so it looks like I don't have it Express installed. And you can't find a sum app. Okie doke. Well, that's because it's in this subdirectory there. So we'll grab that and we'll paste it right there. Okay. So that should be done, and then we don't have the weather app. We're only going to have one endpoint on this little application we're going to deploy, but I do need to install Express, it looks like. So we'll have our first production dependency, thank goodness. Okay, so down here, we're just going to install that. So an npm install Express. So, okay, what are you doing? Okay, you're caught up. So Express is sort of this web server framework built on top of Node. So Node has all the client server stuff you need to build any kind of server you want, but it's kind of tedious to build a web server from scratch every time you need it. So this Express package is a standardized set of interfaces for building an HTTP server, and I'll step you through quickly what each of the elements does as soon as it gets installed. We're also going to need the type definitions for it for TypeScript too, so that'll be a new development dependency as soon as it catches up. So we'll do an npm install for development. It's going to be at types / express. And just waiting for it to go. Oh no, don't do that. Sorry, I lost the chat window. Okay, so what do we got? That's all good. It's all in there. So we should be able to open this up, and the linter should be happier about it. It's never really happy, but it should be happier. Could not find declaration module for Express. Doodly do. If stress exposes this module, consider sending a pull request. No, that should be fixed because I just installed the type definitions. Okay, maybe it's a little dumb. Let's have a look. npm install at types express, and it worked. It didn't fail. So maybe we'll just do another build to solve this problem. So we'll do an npm run rebuild, and I'm doing a rebuild because it's mad and it shouldn't be. Okay, and then if it really doesn't work, then the compiler TSC will be mad at me. But I think everything is set up correctly for it. Apparently not. Oh, supertest, right. We're not using supertest anymore. Actually, maybe we should. We'll see. Okay. All right, so that is a development dependency. That will be a production dependency. So I'll grab that guy. So I'll do an npm install. That one, go. And then I might as well grab supertest while that's going. So Jest, as you guys know, is a testing framework. It's primarily for unit testing. So you're going to be testing at the unit level, which if we're following test-driven development means a module, but in traditional testing it means a class. And Supertest is a system more for integration testing. So it's for testing at the API level. So Jest, I mean, you can test the API with Jest. It's just not very nice. And you'll see the difference when I have it up and running. So do an npm install a new development dependency for Supertest. I don't know if I need its type definitions as well, but we'll just see how it goes without it. Okay, so let's see if it's happy now. Yes, it looks like it's happy. Are you going to get mad at me? Nope. I think it's satisfied. All right, it's got red lines under it just because Cloud9 isn't the greatest. All right, what do we got? So I'll step you through this. Okay, what are you doing? I don't even remember you. Let's have a look. Available routes. Function, filter, Okay, so yeah, that's where I got it from. So this is just a little thing that's going to print out all of the routes that are available on the service, and I'll tell you what a route is as we go through it. So here, const app equals express bracket bracket. This is basically a constructor, and it's creating an instance of the express object. Okay, then I do some stuff with actually a bunch of promises. This used to be an array, so promise all says wait for all of these promises. Now there's just one. And then console.log the available routes, and then we're going to grab an instance of the server. So this is the application, and then this is the server inside the application. But I'm going to tell it to listen to port that's defined by either this environment variable, or if nothing's there, to use port 8080. So when it's deployed to Heroku, Heroku will actually give us the port that it wants us to use in this value here. And then there's another little thing here that's basically registering for an event. When this listening event occurs, it's going to call this callback. So this is before promises existed. It worked like this. And it's just going to print out the server's address. So particularly what port it's listening on, and if it's bound to a particular IP, it will tell us that IP, but we're going to deploy so that it's not bound to any IPs. And if there's any errors, this is just going to catch it and print it out. So down here, for example, catch the error, any. So anything can be thrown in Java, literally anything. You can even throw a primitive type if you want to. So here I really don't know what that type is, so I say any. I could have also called it unknown, I suppose. But then, you know, the linter's mad at me. It says, you shouldn't be calling things any. And I just told it, whatever, I know what I'm doing. Okay, so the important thing here, though, is it calls this function SumApp. It gives it the application that was just created, and it gives it a path, sum. So let's take a look at that guy. So it says SumApp is from sum.app. Okay, so inside this sum directory, there's a little tiny... Why is it empty? I don't think it actually is empty. Let's go back and have a look. So down here, we'll go into source, like that, and then we'll just do an ls of sum, and it better not be empty. No, it's there. It's just being dumb again. All right, let's try to collapse it and expand it and see if that fixed it. Oh, not the build directory. The source directory. No, all right, well, here's our solution. Again, we delete this metadata folder. Yep, and then we don't need this guy anymore. Seriously, you're not gonna refresh? There we go. All right, so what do we got? We got sum.app.ts. So let's take a look at what it does. So remember, this function that it's exposed gets called from the index right here, SumApp. Okay, and that's the default because it doesn't have brackets around it, so I know it must be the default export. So I'm going to go find that default export. There it is right there, export default async function. It takes in an application, and then it prints out the path. So let me just check the stream, and everything is looking good. Okay, so we give it those two parameters, and it's going to create a promise. The promise is constructor takes this resolve function, but basically all it does is it calls this function here. Okay, now you want me to push it? I got to give it a project first. Maybe we'll migrate it to its own project as the last step. So I'll drop it back into where it is, or where it was. And now I've got to juggle my directories around. And since path changed, it would be safer to close all of these guys. Okay, maybe I will figure out how to make this work. I'm worried that Heroku is not going to like it when it's a sub-project in a repository. But I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Because Heroku, I imagine it's quite intelligent, but the default setup is it assumes the project is at the root. So we might have to do a little finagling to make it work. All right, so we'll go into the current semester. So CPSC 2350, and then dot 20, oh no, one too many dots. 20 dot tab. It's 2020. I think it's the only one from 2020. Yeah. All right, and then we'll go into week 9. Week 9. Okay, and let's just take a look at the mess we've made with git st. Okay, and oh, this whole directory is not added. Okay, git add dot. And before I push it, I want to make sure it builds, because it's kind of unknown if it'll build at this point, because that's why we started down this tangent of figuring out everything. So let's try to make it. So we'll do an npm run rebuild. Nope. Did I not install Supertest? I thought I did. Okay, well, could not find declaration. Oh, it needs the type definition. Okay, well, hopefully it's in the types library. So we'll do an npm install. We'll do at types / supertest. So Supertest, again, it's a testing framework, or it's a testing library that runs on top of Jest, and it just gives us some functions and methods that makes it more convenient to test servers at the integration level rather than units at the unit test level. Okay, it looks like that was all okay. So let's try the npm run rebuild. All right, so compiled. Hopefully the linter is okay. Yes. And it's going to run Jest. I'll just see if it passes or not. It did, it just took a while because it was the first time. That's totally cool. All right, so what did I add? Package JSON probably changed. So git st to check the status. And sorry, st is an alias that I have that just runs status. Yeah, and it was only the package files. Okay, git add dot. And we'll do a git commit as soon as it catches up. Git commit -m. It's going to be week 9 underscore. Bring it closer because I think there's a lot of background noise. Okay, and what's this guy called? CICD. That'll be our message, and I guess it's the initial revision. Okay. Oops. Okay, so that should go. We'll do a git push, and you should be able to pull it as soon as this is done. All right, finally caught up. All right, so that should be there for you to pull it. What was I working on? Oh yeah, I think we were just looking at this web app and what it does. So it's just this some app TS. Okay, and you can see there is an associated spec file. That's the integration test. And all this is doing is it runs this other function called fn, and then it calls resolve app. So the resolve app is telling the promise that it is completed, right? So we have our promises, and remember that's something that says it will evaluate to something later. This is the later. Right, whenever this runs, that means it's done, and that's what it's evaluated to. And it evaluates to the same application that you gave it. That's just so you can chain them together. Okay, now up here, what is it doing? It is creating a sanitizer. Where does that guy come from? Comes from check, comes from the express validator. So I'm creating a validator for the inputs. And it looks like I'm making a custom sanitizer where it grabs this thing called toNumArray, which comes from sum.toNumArray, and that also has a test. So I'll just open up that guy, toNumArray. So what this part does is the way this web app's going to work is you're going to give it a list of numbers, and it can be in any one of these three formats, and then it's just going to add them together. But what this validator does is it does two things. One, it makes sure that the input is in one of these three formats. And the second thing is it's actually going to take this string, because this is part of the URL that's made to the website, so it's just a giant string which specifies the path and the query part of the GET request from your web browser. It's going to take these strings and it's going to parse them into objects. So if it starts with an open bracket like that, well then I assume the rest of it looks like this, so I can just parse that straight as a JSON object, because that's the format for specifying an array in JSON. Okay. If it is a string, but it's not that format, well then I'm assuming that it must be this guy down here separated by pluses. So I'll just use v.split, and what that's going to do is it will split this into an array of these string elements. And then, and then if it's an array, so I mean, both of these things are going to spit out arrays. So by the time I get down here, if it was this one, I now have an array. If it was this one, I now have an array. And actually, this is the way that arrays are supposed to be sent in a URL. But as you can see, it's quite clunky. So these ones are more condensed. But I'm going to take that array. It's going to be an array of strings because we started with the string, we parse it, we're still going to have an array of strings. Down here, when I've got a string and I say split it by this delimiter, then it's going to spit out an array of strings. And even this one there, I mean, that's a string. It looks like a number to you and I, but as far as the web server is concerned, everything that was in the URL is a string. So that's still a string, and this says, well, if you got an array, then I just want you to take that and run the parseInt function on every element of that array. And it says the number system I'm using is base 10. All right, so then it should return an array of numbers now instead of an array of strings. And then if for whatever reason we get down here, so in other words, we didn't return from there or there. Ooh, it looks like this. Oh yeah, because those aren't in quotes, so that will give me actual numbers. That's nice. Okay, but if we get to this point, you did not give me the parameters I want. So it's going to just throw this message, and this message actually gets sent to the client. So we can go back to the function we were just looking at to see that. All right, but what this is doing is just creating this sanitizer. So I'm creating this function. So I wrote the part that does the business logic. That's this stuff over here that says, you know, take these strings, turn them into an array of numbers. But I plugged it into, later I say I want you to check the numbers parameter, the nums, which is the part of the query or URL. Right here, nums equals. So we're checking that field. And then we're not just validating it, we're sanitizing it. So there's a transformation. So give me whatever it is, and then run this function on it, and this thing's going to give back an array of numbers. Or someone makes a GET request. So whenever an HTTP client, a web browser, connects to it and sends it a GET request, if they give you this path, then first I want you to run that sanitizer, and then you're going to get an object that is a request and response tuple from the Express framework. And then I'm going to say the response send status 200, which is the OK response, and then send it this object. So we got the curly braces to denote an object. The object has a single attribute called sum, and it is whatever this sum function returns. And then this guy down here catches the errors. So if there was an error of any type, then it is going to send a 400 and then send the error, and then it will go to the next error handler in the chain, because we can attach them in a chain. Actually, that might cause a problem with new versions of Node, but we'll see it go. Right, well, we got this thing here, sum function as well, and it takes the request, the query string, or the query parameter, nums. Remember, we sanitize it up here, so at that point it should be an array of numbers. So let's take a look at that sum function. It comes from sum.fn.ts, and it's got a test as well. And you can see it's just our regular sum function. We're going to take the nums array. I'm going to run the reduce function on it. We've got the accumulator and the current value. So I'm going to change that guy to actually say it's an accumulator, like that, and just add the current value, and we start counting from 0. And that's it. So nothing super exciting there. So it's a regular sum function, but now it's actually a web application. It's not just a function we're going to run from the command line. All right. Let's go back to the top level again. Does anyone have any questions about the way that this web application is constructed? It's not important to get all the details of Express, just the idea that it's going to expose through this path sum this application, which is then going to read the query parameters, and then it will do the math, and it should return the sum of the inputs. Okay, all right. Well, let's see if it works locally before we try to run it and deploy it. So we'll close out some of this stuff so I don't get too confused. All right, so we're down in our prompt. Okay, I'm going to build it just to make sure we're building the same version. So npm run build. Okay, and then it's going to run our tool chain. So the compiler runs, and it should spit out some JavaScript files and the source maps for them. Okay, there it goes. Okay, it did some cleanup. It's running the linter. Then it's running the test framework, and everything is great. Okay, so all the tests pass, and there's a change, probably that variable I renamed, and that's it. I'll just double check. Make sure, well, it all ran, right? So it shouldn't matter. Yeah, it was just a variable. All right, so now we'll do an npm run. Actually, we don't need to say run when we're doing the start target for some reason. npm start. Okay. And it's angry. Okay. Oh no, it's not like that. What do you say? Is npm s? Is that what it is? Okay, we'll try that. npm s. Must be called the target. All right, whatever. npm run. I don't have a start target. Is that what it's mad about? Well, we'll find out if this one doesn't work. All right, what are you mad about? Oh, okay, I need it to load index.ts, not main.ts. That's the problem. All right, so in package.json, So my convention is my web apps start with index.ts and my command line things are main. So this was originally just command line apps we were working on, but now this is a web application. I already told you to reload. So just change that to be index.ts. Okay, and then we'll run this guy as soon as this closes. npm run start. I forgot to change it on the thing that runs Node as well. Okay, so where is it? Right there. Okay, I'll double check all the other ones while I'm here. Do we have any more references to it? Nope. Oh, probably here. Yep, right there. So this is our static target to run the application, and this is when we're in development. Anytime we save a file, it will restart the Node environment for us. Okay, and that looks good. All right, it should work this time. And I'm not going to close the package.json file because I've learned my lesson. Okay. I don't have .env. Okay, no problem. npm install production .env .env. Okay. You can do it. Okay, is that all you want? I think so. So who was mad about that? Let's go back to the script. Probably the preloader thing. Yeah, right there. So .env, it examines the environment, so environment variables and the .env file in the root of our project, and it will load things from that file into the environment. So we can set parameters and control the application that way. So it'll read from this data file when it's starting up, but it has to run first, basically. And this thing here, it registers this thing that needs to run, so it runs it first to make sure it's all populated before anything else runs, because those things might depend on the configuration. All right, why don't you scroll to the bottom anymore? All right, good. Let's try this again. All right, here we go. I'm getting excited. All right, great, it went. So I can see this is that, what is it, available routes function here. So after the server comes up, or after the server has been told what all the paths are, it's going to run this function. It's in a callback, I think. And it says when the server gets a GET request for the sum path, that exists, and it's been set up. And down here, this is the last callback. It prints the address of our server, and it just says it's listening to port 8080. Okay, well, that server is actually running now. So let me see how I can connect to it. I need to know the IP of this server. So I think I'm going to stop it with a Control-C. And what I need to do is there a preview button? Oh, I don't remember how to do this. There's preview. Okay. Great. That is not what I wanted. That's okay, because I think that path will still be to the server that Node starts, because it'll be on a different port. Okay, so I'm just going to run it again. So this is running the built JavaScript file. So this is kind of like what it'll be in the deployment environment. Okay, so on port 8080. Okay, let's see if this works. So I think, let's just try to change this. Will this work? I'm a little concerned because it didn't give a host name. All right, cannot get static 8080. That's actually kind of what I expected because we didn't set up a static root. But let's try to access the sum path. Nope, didn't work because it says it thinks it's static. You are not helping. What I really want to get up there is the address of my server so I can connect to it. And I can't remember how to do that. What does this run button do? I don't know. Shoot. The IP is at the tab? Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. All right, we'll try it. Control C. I'm just going to grab the host name rather than try to type that. Host name. There she is. All right, well, that should be locally reachable. Come on. No? Oh yeah, that doesn't work anyways. Control C. And then we'll start the server again. Up, up. There we go. Okay, so I want a preview window. Oh, that's what I want, a preview running application. That'll probably make it all work. Okay, cannot get slash. Okay, that's better. Oh, there it is right there. Awesome. So I need to change this guy to be port 8080 because that's the port that my server is running on. And it says you can't do it. That is actually expected because we don't have anything set up at the root. If I run sum, okay, great. It looks like I have a debug message. You can see that it says invalid arguments, usage, blah, 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 right? And that is from, I think it's from the sum function. Let's take a look. Oh, no, wait, that is just the sum function. It will be in the thing that I passed to get. This thing. The debug message isn't very informative. Or did it come from, no, it came from the sanitizer, that's right. Because it was at the bottom. It throws an exception and then none of this code gets run when it throws the exception. There it is. So that's where that message came from. So I didn't have those parameters. So, I mean, it didn't start with a square bracket, so it didn't run any of this code. It's not a string, it's undefined because I didn't pass it anything. It's not an array, so it didn't run this code. So then it created this object and then it threw it. And then Express saw that my sanitizer threw something. And we'll go back to see how that happened. So this creates the sanitizer once, and then anytime a GET request comes in, it runs these things here. So first thing is the sanitizer runs, it checks to make sure that this parameter is set. It's not, so it throws that error. And then it knows not to run this thing because it threw an error. It actually runs this one. Anything that receives these three parameters is considered to be an error handler. It's just the way Express works. It sets the status of the response to 400, and then it throws, or it sends that object across to the client. And then that's why we see this. All right, so that's how that goes. Okay, so let's give it a parameter. So we'll give it the query string. I hope it was nums. And I'll just do, let's do the array format. We'll do 1, 2, 3, and 4. So what's that? 6, that should be 10. 10, there we go. So sum of 10. So our web application is working. It's not a very exciting web application, but you can go ahead and substitute more exciting things. We just needed something to demonstrate continuous integration and continuous deployment. Okay, so I'm going to stop the server again, and we're going to get back to work. And actually, I think I will push this stuff. So we'll do git add all of the things. And then git commit, and I guess I'll write my message interactively, even though it's super slow. So just do git commit, Okay, and this is for week 09 underscore CI CD, and I'll just say work in progress. The web service, I'll call it the web app. Web service usually means something else. Web app is running. Just that. Okay, and then we'll send that as soon as it catches up. Okay, and then a git push. All right, so we need to go back to our continuous integration script. Let me log into this poor old laptop that's been sitting so long it went to sleep. Okay, so we were looking at our continuous integration script right here. And then maybe once we've got CI working, I'll go over that integration test that was present in this project. Okay, so we got our stage build. It has one substage, for lack of a better term. It says, I belong to stage build. I want you to run this script. The script is npm install and then npm rebuild. Okay. Yes, so there's two things we need to look at here. We got to look at our report of coverage, which I actually don't see. That's a little concerning. Where's my coverage directory? I don't know. We'll try to rebuild it. Yeah, I thought that would have made it. Okay, whatevs. We'll do an npm run, and because it didn't work, I'm going to run a rebuild, so it'll get rid of everything and then start from scratch. And I know I typed npm. Okay, I did. It just didn't show up. All right, so while that's going, we'll go back to this continuous integration thing. So if we really had two stages, this continuous integration pipeline, it looks like it has two, but they don't actually communicate with each other. This deploy, when we do a deploy to Heroku, the way it works is it's actually going to connect to our repository, check out the current head of the master branch, and then it's just going to rebuild everything. So it's not ideal because that is not really repeatable because I have no idea what environment Heroku is building it in, but got to put a limit on the stuff we look at, and I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole of making containers. That would be how we solved it. And then you can push a container to Heroku, but it's a little more involved. So I'm just doing the path of least resistance right now. Right, but if we had an actual multi-stage pipeline, so remember in the pipes and filters architecture, we had this process 1 that's piped into process 2. That implies that there's output from process 1 that needs to be read by process 2. So the issue right now with Heroku is Heroku, the deploy, actually doesn't need the output from process 1 because it'll just do it in its own way. It redoes it. But we could have a build system that doesn't do that, so we should look at what it would do. And the issue with the continuous integration framework, because everything has to be repeatable, every time one of these continuous integration steps is run, it's run from scratch. So I've got this thing here that does the build, and actually I'll just go on to the next stage, and then we'll come back and fix it. So we're going to have the deploy stage next. So we're going to say deploy. This is going to be deployment to a production environment. And again, this is just the name of my stage. And Heroku. There we go. And then we'll fill this guy in. And what he's going to do is we're going to say the stage you belong to is deploy, just like that. We'll add this type thing here to say this is a deployment stage. There's things in the tooling that can update. So this guy, though, this has to be able to push to Heroku. So we actually need a different operating system to do this. So, well, we don't need a different operating system. We're still going to use Alpine, but we need a version of Alpine that has Ruby installed. Because Ruby is, well, the tool we're going to use is written in the Ruby language. Okay, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. All right, but that has a set of problems. So let's start this script. So I told you Alpine is an extremely lightweight Linux install. When I say extremely lightweight, like it's bare bones. It's stripped down completely. The only things that are there are the things necessary to start the operating system and nothing else. So we'll have to install software onto it. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to run APK. Oops, I got to put the little hyphen in front. So APK is a package manager for this particular flavor of Linux. So if you have Red Hat, you might be familiar with RPM, and in Ubuntu it's apt, but this guy is a package manager for this flavor. I think it actually might be specific to Alpine. I think it might be the Alpine package system, but we have to tell it you need to update yourself. So it's going to connect to the central repository and all the other repositories it needs to. It's going to update its database about where all the software is in the internet. And then we're going to add some software. And the ones we need are Git, first of all, because we're going to push this thing through Git to Heroku. We need curl so that it can download, well, that's basically so that the thing that we're actually installing can access web addresses. We need to say we're writing a Ruby application. We're not, but the tool we're using is written in Ruby, so it needs that dependency. All right, is that all we need? Git, curl, and Ruby dev? Yeah. So this guy, the first one installs Git, second one installs curl, which is just something that can access URLs, and then this installs the Ruby development environment so that this Ruby script or program, if you prefer, will actually run. And to do that, we're going to use the Ruby package manager called Gem, now that Ruby's installed. And we're going to install this program, or this package called DPL. So it's the deployment tool. And the reason I'm using DPL is DPL can actually push to tons and tons of sources, and it can pull from tons and tons of sources. So it can push to a ton of destinations and it can pull from a ton of sources. So you can use the same tool to do your deployments on all kinds of platforms. So it can push to AWS, it can push to Google Cloud, it can push to Microsoft Azure, it can push to Heroku, and a whole bunch of other hosting systems. Okay, so we need to make DPL run. So we're going to do DPL, and then we got to tell it where it's going to push to. So that's provider equals Heroku. Okay, and then we need to give it some parameters for production. Okay, so we'll set that up in the continuous integration framework. And it's going to have an API key for security. Whoops, that's not how you spell key. All right, and then let's get a little more space because we know that guy is actually working. Actually, we don't need this anymore. You go away. Go away? No? Okay. So let's get rid of the whole window. Oh, I can't. Oh, it's gone. So the API key, again, that's going to be in an environment variable. And it's important to put these things in environment variables because, well, we don't want them to be checked in to our repository, because then anyone could push their own app to Heroku and overwrite ours. Why are you not typing? Let's try that again. $, there we go. So Heroku underscore API underscore key. All right. So that should be it for that. Okay. Right. Now, there's this next parameter. I'm just going to fill it in without getting into it too much. This is to make GitLab actually know that this is going to be a deployment. So we'll call it a name production so that you can connect to it inside of GitLab. And we'll give it a URL. And the URL is going to be, is it secure? Yes, it is. HTTPS. And then we're going to do one of these guys to put in a variable, and it's Heroku app production. So I'll grab that, put in there. Okay, and then dot Heroku.com. Okay, that should get us to our service. I think, do I want some? Let's see if that works, or let's see if that breaks it. Who knows? Okay, and then we're going to say that this stage only applies to the master branch. Okay. Precider instead of provider. Okay, thanks guys. This only applies to the master branch. Where is that? Okay. Provider. There we go. Okay. So DPL provider is Heroku in the environment. This is a production environment. There is where it'll go, and this only applies to the master branch. All right. So I got these two stages in my pipeline. It looks like whenever anything is pushed to the GitLab repository, it's going to run this step here. And then if that step succeeds, everything will be fine. And if that step fails, we'll get a message. So the continuous integration system will show up and it'll tell us if it was good or not. Okay. And then this stuff down here, the deployment stage, is only going to happen if something gets pushed to the master branch. But it'll still run this test up here, the build stage. So there's this two-step process. If anything gets pushed to any branch, this stage happens, and if something gets pushed to the master branch, both this stage and this stage are going to happen. I think that is the majority of it. Right. So I had said this is creating a pipeline with pipes and filters. So again, that's when we have process 1, it has output that goes into process 2 like this. So this deployment actually does not depend on the output of process 1. It's just going to connect to Heroku, and Heroku is then going to connect to our Git repository and pull the project and then rebuild it itself. We could get around that by deploying a container rather than just the project, but we've got to limit what we can cover so that we can talk about Scrum later. Okay, but if it did depend on it, we would have to tell this thing here what its output is, because everything has to be repeatable, these things are run independently. So once this thing runs, it's destroyed, and then the next stage runs, and all of the outputs from here are lost. So the only way to keep those guys is to tell it what I want it to keep. So the way you do that is you say you create an artifact. So artifact is a generic term for something that's produced. So this stage is going to produce some artifacts. Okay, the artifact it produces in particular is a path. So we can list a bunch of paths. And the path that it produces, where did you go? There you are. Okay, it produces a path called build. So I want you to keep the build directory after this stage, and then later stages will be able to access that build directory. Otherwise, it would be destroyed. I do have to tell it I don't want it to keep it forever, because otherwise it'll stick around for a default period. I'd rather tell it that it will expire in 1 week. So we'll be able to access this build folder from any of these builds on GitLab for a week. And it's not a big deal that they're gone, because we can always rebuild a particular version whenever we want. Okay. And I don't have a coverage directory. All right, let's investigate that. So that would be under jest config here. All right, it says collect coverage true, and the coverage directory is coverage. So it looks like it should be creating a coverage directory. Or is it just not showing up because Cloud9's being stupid? There's a pretty good chance of that, I think. So, I mean, it ran the test, so it should have spat out some coverage. Let's do a quick look with an ls. Yeah, there it is right there. So it's just Cloud9 being dumb again. We'll right click, and is there a refresh? Refresh. It still doesn't see it. Thanks a lot. Okay, well, we're doing this a lot today. Get rid of the metadata folder, expand the Cloud9 folder. There it is, coverage. Okay, so we ran our coverage tool. It outputted this Clover XML, and it outputted this HTML output over here, and we can open up our index.html to see the coverage figures. From the output, it looked really good. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. I wanted to actually open that in a browser. So right click, and then we'll go to, come on, preview. Okay. All right, so really good coverage, 100% statement coverage. Looks like 87.5% branch coverage. I'll have to look at what branch is not there. And it looks like 100% line coverage. So I guess I didn't take a false case somewhere. All right, so this gets executed 8 times. This gets executed 4 times, blah, 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 blah. That even happened once. Well, what are you mad about? I don't see the line that doesn't have coverage. Everything's got a counter beside it. Okay, what is this? vstring epath number. I mean, the fact that that has an E and it's highlighted kind of makes me think that's the one that didn't happen. All right, so this is toNumArray TS. That's the sanitizer. Just take a quick look to see if we can fix this guy. And if not bother with it anymore, because we're trying to do continuous integration. Path equals quote. That's the default value. Maybe it means I never tested it with the default value, which I'm actually fine with. So right, that's a string array or a string. Path is a string. All right, let's try to fix this. Let's not have a default value. We'll say question mark. It's an optional parameter, and it could be a string or not. Okay, now with my luck, this is going to break everything, right? Oops, one too many. Okay, why are you angry? And sorry if you hear some banging, my ferret just got up. It's just having a drink. Okay, let's run the tests again. Actually, I want it to build. npm run build. Okay. Scotch, everybody can hear you sneezing. She hasn't learned to drink properly. She always gets water up her nose. Okay, everything looks good. All right, so, oh great, I got 100% coverage now. Awesome. Let's just push this while we have it. So git add dot git commit -m. It's going to be week 9 underscore CICD, and it's going to be 100% coverage, close quote, and then git push. Oh, push was fast. Oh no, it hasn't done the push yet. Okay, awesome. Okay, so now we would actually like this continuous integration stuff to happen, and we're going to stop working on the master branch for everything. So let's take a look. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that. Did it ever log me into Heroku? Yes, it did. Awesome. Okay, and then I don't need my classrooms, and I don't need, I'll leave that open. All right, so what was the task? Oh yeah, we had to go to GitLab to see if this is working. I really suspect that it's not, because it's expecting all this stuff to be in the root of the project, not in a subdirectory. We'll find a way to fix it though. Personal projects, not clickable yet. Okay, where are we? It should be at the top because it's the most recent thing I pushed. I guess it's this one. Yikes. I think it's using the wrong encoder. I can't change it now that the stream's going. last night I found a way to hardware accelerate it, and it was actually doing a really good job. Okay, so we're looking at CI/CD. Just looking at this thing, I can see that I don't have any pipelines. Oh, I have to turn it on first. So am I logged in? No, so of course I can't turn it on when I'm not logged in. Oh my god, I did click that button, I swear. Okay. I really got to figure out why it keeps forgetting me. All right, so somewhere in settings, we can turn on, oh, actually, if we click here, it'll probably tell me you can't do that because it's not turned on, and then hopefully it will just say, click this button to turn it on. Here, you're coming, it's almost there. Get started with pipelines, yay! Click that button. Oh my gosh, I already did all this. Yep. Configuring a runner, that should all be automatic. Yep. That's to deploy to Kubernetes. That is not what I want. Okay. I was hoping it would say, here's the button you need to click to turn it on. Okay, so I guess, oh, there it is, under settings, CI/CD. You crunch too loud, Scotch. All right, customize your pipeline configuration, sure. No, that's not gonna matter. There's gotta be a giant start it somewhere. CD means continuous deployment. Variables, we'll have to deal with that. Pipeline triggers, no. Pipeline subscriptions, maybe it is on already and it's just not working because it's in a subfolder. I don't want auto DevOps. I don't want that. All right, so I think this is the point where I'm going to have to break it out into a separate project rather than try to figure it out, because I'm sure I could get it working in a subfolder, but then I'll have to figure out how to fix it for Heroku as well, because Heroku is not going to like it. So rather than mess with all that, I'm just going to make a new project and make this thing the top level element of that project. Actually, I could probably do it with a symlink so we don't have to worry about things getting out of date. So I shall do that. Oh, and if somebody knows how to do node modules, we can even connect them that way. Okay, ls. Okay, so we'll just make dir, we'll call this guy week 9 CI/CD. Is this the right way to do it? Yeah, this, I can make this work. Okay, this will work. So do a git, I have no idea if I hit it, git init week 9 underscore CI/CD. Initialize it, okay. So we'll go into week 9 CI/CD. And I'm gonna symlink everything. So that's a Unix thing. So right now it's empty. So what I'll do is I'll create a symlink, ln. Actually, it probably should be a hard link. Whatevs. Okay, so we'll go up and then back into the CPSC 2350 directory. and then it'll say .20, and then I have to tell it 20. Cool. Okay, and you know what? I'm actually going to make symlinks because I just realized I can't hard link to a directory, so I'll have to change that, and I'd like them to all be the same. Okay. All right, so there's going to be a little bit of tediousness as I type, and of course I missed a space. Way to go. ln space -s space. So I went looking for better equipment, tried to get the school to pay for it. They said they'd pay for whatever's necessary. And then I got all ready to go buy webcams, and there's no webcams anywhere. They're sold out everywhere. So that's why we're dealing with this potato sound system. Okay. And then I want to link to the .gitignore. Okay, cool. All right, then I'm going to link to all of this junk. Okay, so like there are literally no webcams. ln-s. Everybody else had the same idea, I guess. Oh, the company's going to pay for my webcam. I'll go buy one. Okay. I was also going to get a headset, but I could only find them online, and they wouldn't be delivered on time. If you guys have recommendations for headsets, I'd love to hear it, because I tried looking at a whole bunch, and there was just so many different opinions. CPSC 2350.2020/ okay. This one's going to go into week 9. Let's fill it out. Oh, come on. Tab complete should fill that out. G933. That came up in my investigations. Okay, why did tab complete not work? Okay, have you frozen? What's going on? No, you're not frozen. Did I spell something wrong? What's the price point on that one, the G933? I was looking for something around $100. What is going on? Tab complete is not working. All right, I gotta figure out what's going on here, so I gotta break out of this line. Okay, did that link that I make work or not? No. What happened? Oh wait, that's a hidden file. ls-la, okay. Okay, so that's green. That means it worked. So I guess Cloud9 is just being dumb. What else is new? Okay, ln-s, and we're going to go .. and then I'm going to copy paste it because I hate typing this. Control-C, Control-V, or no, Control-V doesn't, well, Control-V worked fine. And then we're going to go into week 09, nope, 9, _. Okay, I'll look into it. I did see it show up a couple times when I was investigating. All right, week 9, 09, CICD. Okay, and then I want to grab all of these files basically, and they're all going to get linked into the current folder, I hope. Target is not a directory. What? CICD week 9. CICD, that is totally a directory. What are you talking about? No, tsconfig is not a directory. What makes you think it's a... Oh, I know the problem. Right. Okay. It tried to link everything to the last element. All right, that should have worked. ls-la. Let's take a look to make sure these links are created. Oh, come on. Oh, there they all are. Good. Okay, so we got the build, the coverage, links to the Jest config, links to node modules, links to the package files, it links to the source directory, links to the tsconfig. I just need to link all of the hidden files and then we're good to go. So go up to, and then go back to the start, ln space -s space space, and then actually, what am I doing? It's better to go from the end. All right, dot space star like that. Okay, that should grab all the hidden files. But it'll also grab the Git folder, which I don't want. Okay, oh, there's just so many of them. Whatever, let's see what happens. It might just be mad about the Git folder. Failed to create, yeah, that's fine. Failed to create git ignore. There's a git ignore in there? Oh, there is. Whatever. ls-la. Let's see what it did. I'm a little concerned it didn't warn me about the .git folder not linking properly. Oh, there isn't one, right, because that's the whole problem. It's a subdirectory. All right, it looks like everything's there. Let's make sure that it builds. So we'll do an npm run rebuild. Ooh, that's going to delete those links. Oh well. That's fine. It can have its own copy of the builds. Oh, what the frick. All right, so it didn't run the tests. Okay. Is just stupid. Alrighty. LSLA, what do we got? All right, the source directory is there. CI/CD source. So let's do an npm run test to see what's happening. All of this maybe for not all of these links, I might just have to make a copy. No tests found. Okay, well, what do you think you're testing, Jest? JestConfig. Okay. Let's make that one a hard link. Oh, I can't because it's a directory. Shoot. All right, so we're not going to use links. ls-la. Actually, we can do it with everything except for the source directory. So I just have to remove the source directory and then copy it, and it'll be okay. The two repositories will get out of sync, though. So we'll have to investigate how to solve this over the summer in a better way. Okay, rm src. It'll clear that out. And then I want to grab the source directory from over here and drop it into the week 9 right there. Okay, so now it's a copy to an ls. So all the configuration files are linked, but the source files are not because Jest didn't like it. npm run rebuild. Do a rebuild because something failed and I want it to be fresh. Okay, it's working now. So Jest didn't like the symlink, which is really weird because it should be transparent, but apparently it wasn't. Okay, so ran all the tests, everything's great. I need to commit this, so we'll do a git add all of the things, and there is a git ignore, so it shouldn't pick up the build and the node modules or the coverage directory. Now that we're not working in this project, let's close it down. We're working down here. It's mad about index.ts. It's always mad about index.ts. Let's see if it's really mad about it or if it's just being dumb. It's just being dumb. It's not mad about it. Okay, come on. Like, I know that you're dying there, but seriously, it's just a click. Okay, so then we'll do a git commit -m, and we'll say that this guy is the initial revision. And then while that's happening, I'm going to go and create a new project. It'll be an easy one to remember. OMG, come on. Okay, we'll just go this way. So, okay, if I yelp in pain, it's because the ferret is coming to visit me, and if I ignore her, she might bite me. Hi, how you doing? Do you have a snack? Come here. Oh, there she is. This is Scotch. What are you doing? How's it going? Okay, good girl. You go play. Okay, so we want to create a new project. How do I do this? Activities, group, project, start project. Oh, new projects? Start project. No, there's a plus button. New project. Careful what you're stepping on, sweetie. Hi. Yeah, good girl. No.
No?
No, I'm not done till 5:30.
You're still, oh, there's a cheese sandwich for you, Felix.
Not right now, thanks. Okay, so did I not click new? New project. Okay, it's Kachunkin. Okay, here we go. We'll just call it what it is called in the package.json. CI/CD. It's going to be public because you guys are going to want it. Create the project. Okay, and then there should be a message that tells me exactly how to push it. You digging? What are you doing? No, you can't have my mouse. Okay, create a new repository, push an existing thing. That's the one I want. This is the one that we want. So those commands right there, those three. Copy, and then we'll go back to Cloud9 and just paste those commands. You know what, I should have checked the status before I did that. It's probably too late now. And I don't need to push the tags, so it's fine, because there are no tags. Okay, so we've got that stuff. All right, so you can pull this new project right here. But this project, hey, don't chew that. No, no, don't chew. Oh, come on, come here. No, you can't chew that. Okay, come on. Go play in the bag. Okay. Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh, but this one, all of the fancy files are in the root of the project folders, so the continuous integration system should pick it up, and the Heroku build system should also pick it up. So let's go visit it on GitLab and see if anything is different. I hope it is, because otherwise I gotta hunt for the thing to turn on the continuous integration framework. Okay. Well, we got a link to the CI/CD configuration file. That's good. Okay. And aha, we got a failure here. It didn't build, it says. Well, let's find out why. Okay, so we'll take a look at our CI/CD pipelines. So you notice there's this little red X here now that wasn't there before. So now that the continuous integration thing has been set up, every time we make a push to the master branch, or actually any branch, it'll run all of the tests to make the thing go. And actually it might have failed because it failed to deploy because I haven't set up those keys yet. So hopefully that's just it. All right, YAML invalid. So I have some kind of syntax error in there. So let's go take a look at it. Luckily they have a linting tool for the YAML. I can't think of what it would be. I probably just forgot to put a hyphen somewhere or something stupid. So we'll just go back to the project root. We'll click on that guy right there, and then it should open up the file. Did I miss? Maybe. Try again. Oh, it's only seeing the path of the symlink. All right, that's unfortunate. Easy fix though. Okay, so apparently nothing like symlinks. So we'll just copy everything. Okie doke. So we'll do an RM of all of the normal files. So let's just delete all of the .js and .json. See, here I was thinking this would save time, and of course it didn't work, right? Oh, that's not how you spell JSON. Okay, thanks, I know. DON, delete S, enter. And this reminds me of the old days when you're on a dial-up modem. Okay, so that stuff got gone. LSLA. It's like I'm at 2400 baud. Actually, 2400 baud was faster than this. This is like 300 baud. Okay. And then I want to delete everything, but not the Git folder. So we'll do rm.estar, get rid of everything that's that guy. rm.pstar, and then do an ls-la. Okay, and then I got the git ignore and the GitLab CI. rm .git ignore and .git lab. Yeah, how much time have I wasted on this? Probably like 15 minutes given how slow this thing is. Okay, so let's go back and we shall grab everything that's in this CI/CD folder and just copy it. All right, I don't need, oh, I probably do need the node modules. Actually, no, I've got a link to the node modules. That should be sufficient. I'll grab all of that. And then we'll just come down here and all that stuff's actually deleted now. So you should refresh. Whatever. Paste. Oh, it renamed it. Okay, ls. Oh, actually, I forgot to delete the source. I already moved the source, right. So rm-rf source.1. Okay, and then we'll do an lsla to see what the damage is. And then I think I want the git ignore from the root of the project. So I'll grab that guy and delete this one. I'm not even sure why that one's there. All right, Control V. And where did it put it? Failed to copy. All right, do it manually. So we'll do a copy, go up to CPSC 2350-2020 /.git ignore, and then move it into the current directory. Did I mistype that folder? Ignore to the current directory. Ow! Hey! Sorry, she's trying to play with me. She bit my toe. Wait, that one. No. WTF. Okay. Copy. Paste. Now it works. All right, ls-la. And this is a mess, so we're going to delete that meta folder. And I think we're back on track. Okay. Come on, get up there. Metadata gone. All right. Okie doke. Then we'll tell this guy to refresh. Cool. There's only one source folder. That's all looking good. And then it said there was a syntax error in my continuous integration file, so I guess I'll just eyeball it before I push it again to see if it's anything obvious. Paths expire in artifacts. Oh, there it is. That shouldn't be there. Okay, is there anything else dumb? No, I think it's okay. Okay, so we'll save that. Okay, we'll do an add and a commit and a push again. Okay, so git add all the things. Hey, you coming back? Do a git commit. No, you cannot have my mouse. Okay, -m. Don't do that. Why are you doing that? Huh? Okay, so, oh, this is a fix for continuous integration. Okay, and then we'll do a git push. So there's probably a setting in Git I could have changed to make those symlinks work, because it looks like it was actually trying to treat them as symlinks, keep them as symlinks. Okay, but now they're not. So npm run rebuild. Ugh, I gotta get this done by the end of lecture. Okay. This is usually a struggle because there's little errors that are hard to track down, and there's a lot of things working together. Like, there's a lot of moving parts in this tool chain, and they're very, very sensitive, and they're quite fragile. Okay, that looks good. Spat everything out. Awesome sauce. Let's take a look at the coverage directory and see if it is outputting that extra reporter. I think it's not, because I didn't set it up right. So I'm going to ignore that. Why do you have an asterisk? Ugh. Git st, let's take a look. Okay, that should be in the git ignore. So I have to remember to change that in the main project as well. Okay, it is right there, coverage. I guess it's because it's off the what is it? It's off the root? Huh. Okay, so that is because everything was set up for subdirectories before. That makes me really concerned that I accidentally checked in my whole node modules. Oh no, it had double stars, so that should be fine. Okay, so we'll just do that there, and we'll do that there. Okay. And then that means I did check it in by accident, though. So I might have to do a rebase. Oh, but that was the very first commit. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. Okay. Okay, just do an enter to get it to redraw the prompt. It's still mad. Git st, probably because it's already been checked in. Yeah, okay. I don't want to fight with this, so we're just going to make a new Git repository. rm-rf.git. We're going to get rid of the old repository, and we're just going to make a new one. So to git init, just in the current directory. Okay, so we got a new repository. I'm just going to do git add for the .git ignore. so that if I do need to do a rebase, I can, because it won't be the first commit. We haven't learned rebase yet. It's on the to-do list, but it's more important we get to Scrum. All right, git add.get ignore, and then we'll do a git commit -m. This is going to be the initial commit, like that. You can do it. Okay, and then a git push. And then I'm going to check the status to make sure that everything is being ignored. Oh, right, I've got to set the upstream first. Okay, well, I have the status going. Yes, that's the stuff I want. Okay, so we're going to do a git remote add origin, and it's going to be this guy's URL. I used to have a macro for this, but I think I deleted it recently because I figured I wouldn't type it very much. Okay. Clone, come on. I know you're working hard. Okay, so right here, we'll just paste that there. Okay. All right, and then we'll do a push. So we'll do a git push, and because this is the first time it's pushed, I think I mistyped there, so we'll do it again. Git push -u to set the upstream, and the upstream will be origin, and then I'll say it's the master branch on the origin, and it's probably going to be mad at me because these will not have the same project root. Like it won't be the same commit tree. Yeah, it said it was rejected. So the way I'm going to fix that is I'm going to go into the settings under repository here. Okay. You could do it. Okay, and protected branches. So it won't let you do a force push to the master branch. So force push is so the repository will check to see that this tree that you're pushing is derived from one of its own commits, and this one is not because I created a new repository because I didn't want to deal with removing stuff from it. But because of that, they don't have the same history anymore, and it's like you can't push that on top of master. So I'm just going to turn off its protection for now, and I swear I did it. Yeah, it's just slow. Okay, well, it probably happened, it just hasn't updated the UI. So let's do another push. Oh, I'm gonna have to add the force to it as well, I think. Okay, so it's probably gonna say like you can't use force with you or something dumb. Okay, I gotta make sure I'm in the right spot before I start typing it. -force space enter. Awesome, great. So it says that was a forced update, which means it worked. And then here I'm going to reprotect my master branch. Who's allowed to do merges? Only the maintainer, which is me. And who's allowed to push? Only the maintainer, which is me. All right, and actually we're going to learn some workflow while we do this. So I'm going to do a protect like that. Okay. Okay, so let's protect it again. Let's go back to project overview, or actually no, let's go to the repository. And it should all be, well, just the git ignore will be there. So let's do some practice with workflow. So far we've just been doing command line stuff. In the real world, you're going to have some kind of issue tracking system. And if you're at a modern shop, they're going to have their own server either running the version of GitHub locally or a version of GitLab locally, or they might just be using GitHub, GitLab, the remotes, like the standard servers that we're using. But the way that we actually do features is we want to use some kind of issue tracking system. So I'm going to click on issues over here, and eventually it will load. I think I can close down my thing that watches the stream. Maybe that'll make it faster. There's a place to add some stuff. Okay, so we're going to make a new issue. And it'll pop up eventually. Okay, so we got to title this issue. So first, let's just do, we're going to do the sum application. And the description is going to be, we're going to say that we want this path / sum, and what we want it to do is it takes a list of numbers from the query string, and there's only one R in query, from the query string, and then returns an object containing their sum. Okay, and that's as much as I'm going to write. I would specify it more if this was real. Okay, so it's assigned to myself. I don't need any labels or any of this other junk. Okay, so we're going to submit an issue. And it'll show up in a list in a moment. Okay, so here it is. It was opened by me just now, and it is in the issue tracking system. And somewhere it should say, there it is, issue number 1. So this is our first issue. All right, so what I'm going to do is, there's different ways to approach this, but I'm going to try to do the GUI way for as much as possible to show you what the workflow could be. I tend to forget this step, but I'm going to click Create Merge Request right away before I do anything. And this way it'll automatically create a branch for me to work off of. Okay, so here we go. We got a work in progress. We want to resolve some application, and you can see this is merge request 1, and here in the text it says closes number 1. So in GitLab, to refer to an issue, you put a number sign in front of it, and then everything will be aware that that means an issue. To refer to a merge request, you put an exclamation in front of it, and to refer to a particular commit, you just type the SHA ID for the commit, like the first 6 or 8 characters, whatever it is. Can't remember. Whatever it shows on the log, basically, for the short version. All right. So what have we got? Closes merge request, downloads. I didn't see it say anywhere that it created a branch for me. So let's go back to the project overview, and oh, there it is. Request to merge one sum application into master. So it created this branch automatically. So we'll go back to the project overview and have a look at what we've got. Okay, cool. 2 commits and 2 branches. A little curious about what the 2 commits are. I only remember doing 1. Okay, so we got 2 branches, master and 1 sum application. Okay, well, since I am curious, I'm going to click on it. Yeah, it says initial commit. That's the original commit. Oh, whatever. I clicked branches instead. All right, so now that that branch is set up on the remote repository, I need to make that branch over here as well. Okay, so I know that I've made changes in this work tree. Particularly, I've implemented everything already. So I want to make sure they're safe before I start messing around with branches. So I'm just going to throw them into the stash. And it might not like it because they're not tracked, actually. I think there's a way to make it do it, though. So let's just see what happens if I just say git stash. Yeah, it's not happy with that. Okay, so let's do git stash and then help. See if it's an easy option just to turn on, or if it's something that's better off to do something else. All right, what do we got? We got save. All right, include untracked -u. That's, oh, -a, that's even better, all. So we'll just do that. Actually, u, because I don't want it to pick up things that might be ignored. Git stash -u. So include the untracked files in the stash that you're creating. Save working directory, blah, 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 blah. I see that my repository no longer has the red %, which means untracked files. It does have a stash though, so that's good. But I need to check out this other branch. Okay, so I'm gonna do a git. Well, actually, before I do that, I'm gonna do a fetch, like so. Okay, so you can see there, when I did the fetch, it noticed there's this new branch on the origin called OneSum application, and it actually made it for me locally as well. So we'll do a git branch to see it. At least I hope it made it locally. Never sure, because different versions. The % over here in the prompt means there are untracked files. The star means that there are modified files, and the $sign means there's something in the stash. Git branch -a. Let's take a look at that. We'll see everything. Okay, but that's with a customized fancy prompt, so that's not default. So what we need to do though is we need to check out this tracking branch here. So I'll copy it like that. We'll do a git checkout. And then I want it to track. So I think now you can say -u to say that this is supposed to track this remote branch. That might not work because I don't know what version of Git is running on Cloud 9. Yeah, it did not like that. Okay, no problem. Oh, it's so slow. All right. Okay, -t is what it wants. Or maybe it was always T, and I'm just remembering wrong. Okay, so T to tell it I want to track this remote branch. That way when I try to push, it's just all going to work. All right, so now I'm on this branch. So we'll do a git stash pop. Cool. All right, so that's neat. Untracked files are present. Yeah, none of those were tracked. I'm going to try to do this commit without the continuous integration, because we're going to make a separate issue for that. So we'll just copy it in case something bad happens to it. Okay, and then we'll just add everything. So Control C, don't know what that was about. Git add all of the things, and then git status, and then I'll just unadd the .gitlab CI thing. So I want git reset. I'm not sure if this will work because it's untracked. Head dot GitLab. It should be the only file that starts with .gitl. Okay, and are you going to remove it? Yes, awesome. So we'll take that, and I guess we'll just do a commit. Let's make sure it still builds. npm run rebuild. Because I can't remember the last time I did this. Let me check the status of the stream. It's doing okay. Okay. All right. So everything worked. Everything's added. So let's do a git commit, and I'm going to use the interactive way to commit. Okay, All right, so first thing, I want a useful commit message. So I'm going to say fix number 1. So I'm going to refer to the issue in my commit message itself. All right, so fix number 1, and it's going to say implements sum. Actually, we'll put a slash in front of it, sum / that. Okay, and we'll go end, and we'll come down like that. Okay, so my preview of the stream is way behind, but it looks like you guys are with me because you did actually ask a question and I got a pretty fast response from it. So I'm going to skip ahead to make sure I'm in sync. And who knows if I just broke it, right? Okay, well, it says it's still streaming, so I'm just going to hope I didn't break it. All right, fix number 1, implement sum, and then I'm going to say, I'll just put a useful message. So I'll say the input is a query parameter nums, and it's not typing. Why are you not typing? Okay, I'm going to do a reload here. Uh-oh, did I just crash my browser? Way to go, genius. Can I just reload this page? No, all right, so my browser is no longer responsive. So what am I gonna do? Okay, so I'm probably gonna have to, I can't even copy things. Probably gonna have to restart my browser. Okay, no, it started responding. It's just awful slow. Well, the stream is still going, but I am afraid that my interface to it has died. And the browser is god-awful. Okay, so I'm going to restart the browser. And I'm going to leave the stream running and hopefully be able to connect to it again. All right, I think I'm going to use this opportunity for a short intermission while I fix my end. So what time do we want to resume? So it's currently, what time is it? 4:08. So let's take a just over 10-minute break. So intermission text, resume at, so it's going to be 4:20. Yeah, good times, 4:20. Okay. And then I'll turn the chat preview on like that. And it looks like it's empty for some reason. Okay. And did it actually switch to this scene? I don't know. I double clicked it, so that should be what you guys are seeing. Studio? Yeah, that's what you're seeing. All right, so give me a couple minutes to sort this out. And I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. Okay, so I think I'm a didn't do a transition. Okay, so I'm logging back in to AWS Educate because I forgot to. I'm also assisting a ferret with digging. I thought you were going to bed. No? You want to play blanket? Okay. Well, you'll be playing by yourself. Oh my god, so slow. Oh, no, I couldn't change it. Okay. My classrooms. And then practices. Okay, continue. Something's just killing my CPU because it's taking quite a long time to render a frame. Okay, so what does YouTube have to say about it? Yeah, my CPU is overtaxed right now. Might have to restart the stream to figure out what exactly is killing it. Okay, so the ferret just went to bed, so we shouldn't have to deal with her anymore. So I'm going to try to log into everything, and it might sort itself out because, I mean, it's running a lot of JavaScript right now, and that might be what is killing the CPU. Okay, so we're practices. Can I do screen captures on Discord, though? Okay, I'll investigate that for next time. So I'm looking at my YouTube panel, and it says it's in excellent condition, but all I see is a buffering window. And I can tell from my stream that it's dropping below 30 frames a second. Oh yeah, if anybody's dealing with blurry screen, I'm streaming at my native resolution, which is 1080p. So if you switch to 1080p and you have a 1080p display, which you most likely do, then the blurries will go away. Wow, this is ungodly. All right. Maybe there's an old Firefox instance still around or something. Okay. Okay, no, that's all typical. All right. OBS should not be taking that much, so it looks like the hardware acceleration is not turned on, but whatevs. Okay. OMG. Holy crap, it's like 10 minutes just to log in. Okay, if I don't get in the next 2 minutes, I might have to more thoroughly investigate what's going on. Because, like, it's just sitting on a DNS request. Okay, something's happening. As soon as I start an instance. Sort by F6. Oh, that was not. Oh, enter sort. No. Jeez. F6. I want to sort by memory resident, probably. It is Firefox that is taking all the memory. Not surprised. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna kill Firefox and make sure that nothing other than the streaming service is taking up all these resources. I probably have another alert. Nope, no other alert. Okay. Okay, now let's, oh, wrong one. Let's investigate what's going on. So I just closed Firefox. Why is it still running? Let's try HTOP again. No, I got tons of bandwidth. Okay, and I'm still pegged at 100%. Okay, so, oh wait, I still have a Firefox window open, even though I told Firefox to close. Okay, there it goes. And everything is semi-normal-ish. Close the terminal. Let's take a look at top. Okay, OBS is taking half of a CPU. Audio, yeah, that all looks fine. Top. This is still sorted by memory. OBS is taking it all. F6 to change it to %mem, it's all OBS. Okay, so it was just Firefox being a pig. Okay, so CPU's down to there. Okay, okie doke. Let's try it again. I'm not gonna bother going to, oh, I have to go to YouTube though, because that's where I see your chat. Ugh. Okay. YouTube. And there we go. That's the one I want. And then we'll go to GitLab, and we'll go to AWS. Okay. And I'm going to have to log in. Okay, and I want to go to that project, and I want to log in. I don't know, it seems to be doing a little better. Not a lot. Sign in. It's because I don't have the stream running on YouTube, that's why. Okay, I'll have to delete that later. I'm going to hold off on opening the stream until everything else is done, because I think that's the problem. Okay, practices. Yes. Okay, practices. Okay, 15 minutes just to get back up and running. This is awful. Console. Oh my god. Maybe I should have been working locally. Maybe. Maybe I'll switch to working locally after we've committed the current stuff. Okay, don't need that one, don't need that one. Okay, it just logged me out for the 3-hour timeout, so that should be good for a while. And then over here, I am logged in. So we'll go into there. Still connecting. And put this on another screen. Okay, and overlay it. Okay, so I'll get back to the chat in a moment, so I apologize if you've said something, because I can't see the chat right now. Okay, so in just a second the chat will load. And there we go. Yeah, so it's typical to have my RAM maxed out. There's only 8 gigs of RAM in here. Okay, and you're still connecting. Well, while I'm waiting, I might as well check this project out locally in case I have to make the switch. cdev, so GitLab clone, and we called it week09 underscore CICD. So I have a alias that runs that for me. It just clones that project from my namespace, and then we'll go into week09 CICD, and we'll just do git fetch to make sure I have everything. Okay, and git branch dash all. There we go. Okay. But we have made changes that haven't been pushed yet, so I would like to do those on Cloud9 before making the switch. Oh my G. Or not. I guess it's a race. Let's see who finishes first. Hopefully opening Sublime won't totally kill this thing. All right, so we're not working on that. Not working on that. We're not working in there either, but I'm gonna have to copy stuff from there. All right, so that just has that. Okay, so I need to switch to the branch. So we'll do git checkout -t origin slash one hyphen, and then it had completion. So that's great. We're on this branch. That's great. So I'm going to grab it from the, oh, I got to pull for that other project first. Okay, so just do that and actually go up to there, and I'll just get, I've got another alias that fetches for all my projects. Let's see if Cloud9 is up yet. Nope. Do a reload. Okay, and this guy is behind, so we'll do a pull on him. So cd that one, get pull, cool, and then we'll go up to week 09 and try to get back to work. Okay, so we're on this branch in week 09, and I probably need a file browser to do this, because I'm just going to be copying files. It's in my dev folder, and we're looking at, okay, so I promise we're back up to speed. I just need to copy some stuff. So we're going to grab everything. Yep. And we're going to paste that into week 9, CI/CD, and it's going to go like that. We're going to skip that. Okay, and everything should be there now. So I'm going to go into my editor, and I'm going to have a quick look at the, what is it, git ignore. Yeah, that's the updated version. Okay, so the only thing I don't want in here is that continuous integration file. So I'm going to take that and remove it. And I'll just copy it when I want it. So where did he go? There he is. Okay, so we'll get rid of that. Okay, and like I'll leave this running for a little bit, but it doesn't look good. Don't know what's going on there. Okay, so we're here, and I was trying to do a commit. So we'll do a git add all of the things, and then check them, and looks pretty cool. I don't see any problems. So we'll do, you know what? I didn't do an install. Do that. And I should probably make sure it builds too. Oh, look who's back. Well, no, you're $1 short. Okay, so I'll just minimize that. Okay. Yeah, it was most likely just my machine because it's overloaded right now. Oops, I should close this one. What a pain, that took like 20 minutes. This install is taking a long time too. It was Firefox's problem. It was the one misbehaving, and everything we're doing goes through the web browser today. Oh my gosh. You can wait to update, thank you. Okay, so that all looks good. Kidoki. So next is, I want to make sure it builds, so npm run rebuild. Okay, good. Yeah, of course the build will be slow because my CPU is maxed. Okay, passed. Okay, so that's everything. I'm going to do commit, git commit. I'll do it interactively because I'm going to type quite a bit. So I'm going to say this is a fix for issue number 1, which is the sum path. And I'm just going to add a little bit saying that it takes a query parameter nums, like so, and it can be an array like that, or it can be a string with spaces between them. So to make a space URL safe, they replace them with a plus, or it could be nums, I think it's nums equal 1, and then like nums equals 2. This makes an array. Nums equals 3. I hope so, because I'm about to commit this message. And then the object it returns, it says sum, and then it has a number. Okay, so just make a little note. This is the request, and this is the response, like that. And then we shall save that. Okay, then we'll do a git push. And that's been pushed now to GitLab. So let's go back to the terrible web browser, and I'll change over to that branch. Okay. All right, authored 1 minute ago, and pushed all of the stuff. Great. And there's my big long commit message. If I was to click on this commit message, it'll take a long time to load, but that's not what I'm trying to show you. All right, so it says fix number. So if it sees a fix number 1, then it knows that this is referring to an issue in the issue tracker. So I can click on that. And while that's happening, I might as well do a pull over here to get back up to date. Well, this is running just fine. So we'll do a git pull. And hopefully it doesn't make me do a merge. Okay, so I think I need to reset this. So it's going to be a git reset hard. And let's see what it does. Okay, good. So then I said hard. Why is there still something here? Let's do git st. And okay, so it's the CI file. That's fine. All right, so this is now opened. You can see there's a little history that when this merge request was created, it referred to this issue number 1, and then, well, same deal. And then in this particular commit, 710EE11E made a minute ago, and if we check the log, git log G, we can see that that is this one. It referred to fix number 1, so because I typed it like that, then the GitLab environment knows that this is referring to this issue. Okay, so what I would like to do is to have this thing merged into the main branch. So we'll go over to merge requests. I think I did these in the wrong order. I should have did the continuous integration first. Well, we can do that. Let's create another issue for it. So we'll go back to issues. Create a new issue, issue number 2. And we'll call this CI. And it'll just be get CI working. That's it. Okay, and I guess I'll assign it to myself. Okie dokie, and we'll submit this issue. And I should go to the issue page for it. Cool. And then as soon as this is done, I'll have it create a branch for me. So we're going to create a merge request. And GitLab is going to automatically name the branch, and it's going to mark it as work in progress. So as long as it's marked WIP, it knows to not actually try to do the merge. It's just going to be like a placeholder where people can do whatever. All right, so say it's going to close number 2, and then here we go. So we've got a new branch called 2CI. Cool. All right, so that file, we should stash it. So we'll do a git stash -u. And that's the only difference. So then we'll do another git fetch so that we're up to date here, because I want to switch to that branch that was just created, so I need a reference to it. There it is. So we'll do a git branch. Let's just do -a so we can see them all. And sorry, there's just some formatting issues there. So I'm on this one, which is a local branch. There's also the master branch, and then there's these 2 on the remote, so on the GitLab server. I want to switch over to this guy and then make it work. Okay, so we'll do a git checkout -t, and it's going to be called origin /2CI. Okay. Okay, so now we're on that branch. So I'm going to do git stash pop to take that file out of my stash. And untracked files, cool. And then nothing added to commit, but untracked files present. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Okay, so let's take a look at what we've got. So we've got this GitLab CI YML file. And it's specifying that by default, we're going to use this node image on the Alpine operating system. It's going to do this before it does anything. It's got 2 stages to do this and yada, yada, yada. These will fail because we haven't set these variables yet. I'm okay with that. And in fact, I think I'm just going to make it hard fail right here. Indent that guy. I'm just going to call false right there. That will make the script fail. Okay. Right, so I want to add this and then push it. Okay, so we'll do git add dot, like that. Okay, git commit. Okay, thank you. Commit with 2 M's. Okay, so we'll say that this is a fix for number 2, which is to get CI working. And we're just going to say created, what did I create? .git lab -ci.yml, and actually that'll all fit on one line, so I'll move it up. Okay, and I'll say that that's an addition. Okay, yeah, that's good. Save that, yes. Okay, and then we shall push it. Okay, so that got pushed to the upstream, and now I'm actually concerned it might get rejected because when it tries to run the build, there's nothing to build on that branch. So let's go see what mess I just made. That's okay, we can fix these messes. It'll be good practice for Git. All right, well, it doesn't look like the pipeline's running, so that's good. Okay, so I want to switch over to that branch. Detach merge request pipeline failed. Oh, it did run the pipeline. Okay, so I might have to either override it or figure out how to make it work without adding a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, it's okay for the build to fail in this case because there's nothing there yet. But ideally, you never want your build to fail. All right, so I'm just going to go check out that report on the pipeline to see what it is. Hopefully it's not that error in the YML file again, because we fixed that a long time ago. Yep, it is. Okay, let's take a look. This guy right there, GitLab CI YML. Okay. Nope, it's not that. All right, well, there's some error in here. Let's have a look at what the thingy says. Jobs deploy production Heroku only has to be either an array of conditions or a hash. Production Heroku only has to be either an array of conditions or a hash. You can also test it in CI-lint. Okay, I do want to do that, but let's take a look at what it's complaining about. Deploy type image script environment only. Deploy production Heroku. Looks fine to me. If anybody sees the error, let me know. Otherwise, we're gonna have to look at the linter. Oh, thanks. That's super helpful. I guess I can copy paste it. Nope, missed. Okay, there we go. All right, validate. Syntax only has to be either an array of conditions or a hash. Okay, script config should be a string or an array containing strings and an array of strings. Might be mad because of the false. Let's take that out, because it might think that's a keyword when I actually meant run the false command. All right, only. Oh, it's the only that's the problem. It's missing the hyphen. Okay, now I'm going to put the false back because I don't want it to actually try to deploy this thing. No, it doesn't like the keyword. Okay, whatever. If that makes it happy, that's fine. Okay, copy this guy, and we're going to paste him back over here. Okie doke. Oof, I'm starting to get a little brain tired. All right, that guy is going good. All right, so I checked in something's bad that's of no use to anyone, and technically I should not push this again because it's a published branch, but I am the only person working on it, so I feel comfortable doing it. So we're going to do a git add, all of the things, and what we're going to do is we're going to redo that commit. All right, so we're just going to do a git commit, and then the command is amend. So we're going to add these changes to the previous commit. So it's going to ask me for the commit message again because it might be different. It's not, so I'll just leave it. Now you see my prompt has this little guy, so that means I am behind by one commit, but I'm also ahead by one commit. So let's look at it in the graphical version of the log. Okay, so you can see here the server's version is that commit right there, 1FD330A, and my commit is 58D6DDE. I want to just get rid of this one, so I'm just going to push it with the force option to force the remote server to take it. So we'll do git push force. Okay, so it got pushed. And then we'll go back to this thing, and we might as well check out the pipelines again, because it's still going to fail, because there's still nothing to build. But it should be that the YML syntax is correct now. Okay, so it's running right now. And actually we can see what it's doing. Oh, I think I clicked the wrong thing. I did. Go back. All right, so it says the pipeline failed after 30 seconds. That's expected because there's no files to be built. So it looks like I should have done the code before I did this. Do a quick refresh and we should be able to see the failure. Actually, we can see the failure message, so that'll be informative. Okay, so it failed. I would like to see the failure. You can see it only ran one stage and the stage failed. On the master branch, there would be 2 of these circles. Okay, so I'm going to click on the build. So that's the build step of the build stage. And then I should be able to see information about this failure. So here is the output that the virtual machine or the Docker container did while it was running. And you can see things that take a long time. They have little notes beside them. So it's preparing some Docker junk, and then it went and it got it from the, what's it called? The Docker Hub. And that took a long time. And then it's preparing the environment, and then what do we got? So apparently if I set this variable, I can have it do stuff. That's interesting. It went out and it grabbed the branch that I'm working on, and also a reference to the pipeline that it's working on. And we're not using the cache, but it restored it there. This is the first stage in the pipeline, so there were no artifacts to download. We talked about artifacts. Those are the things that survive from stage to stage in the pipeline. Otherwise, they all get wiped. There's my 2 before script things, just to see the node versions it's using. Okay, and then it is super mad because, it says there's no package.json. Oh, because I hadn't checked it in yet. That was dumb. Okay, so this isn't going to work. We need to do the code first, not cd. So we're going to do git checkout 1- whatever. Okay, so we've got this code. It's already been pushed, so let's merge it, even though continuous integration is not working. So over here, we're going to go back to merge request for number 1. Eventually. Okay, here we go. So we'll go in there. We're going to take the work in progress off of its title. And then we should be able to see, what am I trying to say? See how to merge it into master. Okay, so we're going to edit this thing. Oh, no, we can just click this button apparently. I already clicked edit. Let's try clicking the button. I've never seen that button before. So what I would have done is this. I'd just remove the WIP. But since there's a button, let's try clicking the button. Oh my gosh. Stop that. Okay, merge, this is work in progress. I'm going to give it a moment to, oh, it's done. All right, resolve WIP status. Okay, all right, it says down there. Okay, what did it do? Okay, so no approval required. This guy is into there. Then it says down here, I added a commit and I unmarked it as a work in progress. I'm going to reload it to see if it renamed it or if that's something different. Because I notice it still says WIP up there, even though it says down here it's been unmarked. No, now it says resolve some application. That's it. So it did take it off. It just didn't refresh its UI. All right, so we need to finish this stuff. So now there's a big green merge button, and you'll notice it says delete source branch. So this project right now has 3 branches: the master branch, the one sum application branch, and the 2 CI branch. So normally when you merge something into master, you're done working with that branch, so it would be safe to delete it. The full history will still exist, so you can go back and access any of the commits. It just won't be labeled anymore. So I'm going to click that button, and what's going to happen is GitLab is going to do the merge for us. And this is the workflow that most projects follow. They do all of the issues and the merges in this UI so people can leave comments and things. And then they just click the button and let the tool do it for them. Okay, so it says it's been merged. Right now it's into master, and it says it's closed number 1. It says down here it's merged, so that should be good. Let's take a look. So over here we'll do git checkout of master, and it's now behind, so I'm going to do a git pull. Okay, so it picked up all those files on the master branch. Let's check out the log. Okay, so let's stretch this out a little bit. So here is my master and the origins master, and they're both saying that they merged branch server. I believe that branch has been deleted. Guess we didn't pick that up from the pull. Maybe I need to do a fetch. Git fetch. Okay. All right, so it didn't pick it up. So what I'm going to do is a git fetch, and then I'm going to add prune. And I believe that removes the branches that are no longer in use. Yeah, so you can see that tracking branch is no longer listed. Okay, so now we'll do a git log, and there. So it tells me I have a local branch, but there isn't one on the server. So now that we're done this work, I'm going to delete my local branch as well. So we're going to do a git, branch, remove. No, that's for a remote. Yeah, let's look it up. Is it just, no, it's D. What am I doing? I know what it is. Git branch -D, and then it's going to be one some application. Okay, deleted the branch, and then we'll do a git log again. So here is that branch. I can still see it. It just doesn't have a label anymore. And its comment says that it fixed number 1 sum. No, I don't want to go up. I want to change branches. So we'll do a git branch to -ci. We're back here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have did a checkout. But what I really need in... sure, well, we're going to do another commit right here. So what I need to do is this developer should pull the changes from master into their 2CI branch. So before they can do that, they need to be up to date. So we're going to go git checkout master to be on the master branch, and we're going to do a git pull. I'm going to add the prune to get rid of that branch that's been deleted, not pruse. Prune. Okay, so now we'll have a look at the log. Not got. All right, so I see I have this branch locally. I don't need it. I'm going to delete it. So we'll do a git branch -delete 1-sum. Okay, check out the log again. Okay, so our developer's up to date. Their master matches what's on the origin, and I know that's current because I just pulled it. This was that branch number 1 to fix issue 1, but everybody deleted the name for it, so it's still here as a commit, but we don't see the name for it anymore. And then down here I can see here's my to continuous integration. The problem with this continuous integration is that there's no package.json in it. So when the continuous integration system tries to run on GitLab, it can't do anything because it doesn't know what node modules to install and how to run it and how to build it and stuff. So it fails very promptly. So what I'm going to do is fix that. So we're going to do git checkout again. This time we're going to go to the branch that's supposed to be fixing continuous integration. Okay. And let's look at the log one more time. What needs to happen is this developer needs to pull these changes from master into their branch. Okay, now we could just do a git merge from master, and that would be okay. So it would create another commit that would be out here where it would move this to CI to be on that branch. Okay, but when you're in a production environment, that's kind of, I mean, it's fine, but some people are kind of purists about the way their branch hierarchy looks, and they would prefer you to do what's called a rebase. So right now, what we've got is these 2 branches of our repository, and we're working on this branch here, but master has gone and moved ahead. So previously I recommended you would just merge master into your feature branch, and then you would merge that back into master. So the one into your feature branch, you would do an OFF. So to make sure there is a merge commit, actually there would have to be a merge commit because it's ahead. But then you'd be safe to do a fast forward when you merge back into master. We're not going to do that. We're going to do a rebase. So here we've got these 2 divergent code paths, and what a rebase is going to do is it's going to grab this commit right here, which is currently coming out of, its parent is CBB7632. What we're going to do is we're going to move it so that its parent becomes 64054. So if we look at this commit, so let's see what it did, like what it actually did. I'm going to do git show, and it's going to show me what this commit did. All right, so basically it says dev null, so this file didn't exist. We created this file. Here's its contents right there, and that's all it did. So I can be reasonably confident that there's not going to be a conflict when I do this. Right, so what I want to do is take those changes that it just showed me, but instead of applying those changes to... I'm sorry, I was looking for the log and I was wondering why it wasn't showing up. It's because I didn't type it. We're going to take that set of changes that it just showed, but instead of applying them to CBB76, we're going to take them and apply them to 64054 instead. All right, so it's going to basically detach this set of changes from here. So this line will go away, and then we're going to move those changes up here. It's going to get a new commit ID because it is going to be a different commit because, well, it has a different parent, so it has to have a different commit ID because that's included in the commit ID. But those changes will then be taken and applied. So if there are conflicts, you resolve them just like you would resolve a merge. So you have to go through the exact same steps. So let's try to do this. So the command I want is git rebase. All right, so the one I want to rebase to is master. But before I actually, that's not how you spell master. Pretend it says master. Before I actually do this, what this is saying is take whatever commit you're on. Let's look at it again. Git log g. Okay. Take a look at this master label. Remember, this is just a pointer to this commit. So master just says 64054 E1. That's all it is. It's just a reference to this particular commit. When I say git rebase master, it's going to say, okay, what's master? Master is 64054 E1. So I'm telling it, I want you to take these sets of changes, and what it'll do is it'll trace their history back until it finds the common ancestor, which is CBB7632. Okay, then it will take all the commits that are on this branch, detach them, and then apply them here. So actually, to fully demonstrate that, I think I'm going to add one more commit. Let's just touch a junk file, and then we'll learn rebase to clean this up. So I just said touch junk. We'll do a git add like so, and then we'll do a git commit -m and junk. I'm not going to push it because, well, it's just a little demonstration. Okay, so you can see I'm ahead of the upstream. That's fine. Let's take a look at the log. So right now, I should have 2 commits on this 2CI branch, and I do. So here is CBB. This is the point of divergence. You can see that here's another divergence, but that divergence got solved right here, and that's where master is. So master has 2 parents, 710 and CBB. Okay, now I'm going to just type git rebase master. So what it's going to do is it's going to take the current commit, and it's going to take master, and it's going to follow their hierarchies back until it finds a common ancestor. And then it's going to detach the current branch, which is this guy 2CI, and then it's going to take all of these commits and then apply them one after another to wherever master is. So these 2 get detached, and then they're going to get applied here. So we're going to get those 2 commits coming off of this branch instead. Does anybody have questions about that before I do it? I don't know how far ahead I am of you, so I'll wait a couple seconds. Somebody type something so I know I haven't lost you all. Okay, good. Thank you, Bruno. Okay, so we're just going to type git rebase master. And let's open up another terminal so that we have that old log for reference. New terminal. Okay, cd wego9. Okay, so let's do a git log g. And we'll make this guy the bottom. All right, so that's the old structure of the repository. Pull it down a little bit. There we go. Okay. Okay, so git rebase master, hit it, and there you can see it says, well, first rewinding had to replay your work on top of it. So it wound this back to wherever the point of divergence was, which was here. Then it went back to the current location of master, and then it applied both of these commits, one after the other, to this commit here. Right, now, if there were any conflicts in those commits, you'd have to resolve them, but you'd have to do that with a merge anyways. With a rebase, you get to do them one at a time, though. If you have a merge, you got to do them all at once. And you can see it says applying fix number 2, blah, 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 blah. That's this one right here. That's those sets of changes. And then once that succeeded, it applied the next commit. It's this one here where it says junk was the comment, like that. Okay, so let's take a look. So if I do up here git log g, you can see down the new structure. Okay, let's ignore this because this is what's on the upstream repository. It hasn't been updated, but you can see here, there's the common ancestor. It's still the same commit. Here's the divergence for implementing the sum path. That's still the same. And then it merges in with master. That's still the same. Like the commit ID is still the same, even 64054E1. None of that has changed. But what it did is it detached these 2 commits and it applied them onto 64054E1. That's where master was. So when I typed git rebase master, again, detached these 2 commits and then applied them to master. So now I have this structure here. All right, so, I mean, this is a stupid commit. Let's not have this commit. So I actually don't need to do a rebase to fix this. I can just reset the 2CI label to refer to that particular commit. So that's all I'm going to do. So we'll do a quit for this guy, and we'll do a git reset, and I'll just give the commit ID that I want this label to be reset to. Okay, it says there's an untracked change, but we'll look at that in a moment. Let's just pull the log up again. So basically that commit that says junk, it's like not there anymore. I'll go over rebase one more time, but let's look at this guy. I have this untracked file that I want to get rid of, so we'll just rm junk. Okay, you'll notice also it says I am both behind and ahead of the origin. So let's take a look at git status to see what it means by that. Okay, it says I'm on branch 2CI. Your branch and origin 2CI have diverged. You have 3 and 1 different commits each respectively. And then it says do a pull. I don't want to do a pull because I did a rebase. So if I pull up the log, I guess we'll put it in the bottom. Okay, so it's telling me that I have 3 and the origin has 1 different commit. So I believe that's the 1 different commit on the origin, and my 3 different commits on the 2CI branch, I think they're going to be these 3. Because remember before, this guy was not a parent of the fix number 2, but now it is. Okay, and neither was this merge commit. So I'm ahead by 3 and behind by 1. Okay, so that means when I do a push, I'm going to have to force it. So it's going to lose this commit because they don't have common. Well, I mean, this one does not come from this one, so it's not going to like it. Actually, I'll just leave that up. So let's try to do a push without the force. So we'll just do a git push, and it's not going to like it. Okay, so it says it refuses. It's not going to do it because basically it would mean it will lose this commit, because what I asked it to do was move this label to be here. But if that happens, then this becomes unreachable. So it wouldn't be able to get there. And it's like, no, I won't do that. So I'm gonna tell it that I really want you to do that. And in this repository, the only protected branch is master. So you're only not allowed to do a force on master. So I'll just take a look, and we can see it's exactly the same, except this commit has now been lost. It's orphaned, we have it. Git will keep it in your, I don't know what to call it, repository for 2 weeks. So if you give it that commit ID, you can get that back, but eventually it will get garbage collected and it will not be anywhere anymore. So it's not on the remote server anymore because they keep those very clean. Orphans are removed immediately, but your local environment will keep it for up to 2 weeks. Okay, so let's have a look at it in GitLab, and then go back and explain the concept of a rebase. Oops, that's the wrong one. Let's go back to the merge requests. This is the one we already fixed. While we're waiting, I might as well, oh, what's this gonna kill my machine if I open another thing though? Okay, I'll wait. What are you doing, packages? I did not ask for that. So I want to draw, but I'm worried if I open a draw application, everything will die. Okay, so we're gonna come back to the work in progress. I want to get this continuous integration thing working. And it looks like we're not going to get to continuous deployment today. Although there's not much left rid of that one. So now we're up to here. Okay, so did it run? Like, check it out. So it ran the continuous integration and it passed. So I'm going to click on that. Probably should have opened it in another tab. Oh good, I still have the opportunity. Okay, so we're going to come over here and have a look at it. Eventually. Okay, so here's the output of the build environment when it ran. Oh, it was mad about something. What were you mad about? Unrecognized. Oh, find. Yeah, so, okay, we'll go up to the top. So it ran those commands, and then it ran some post install script, whatever. And then there's a warning because our package.json isn't completely filled out. Okay, and then it runs the npm run rebuild command, and you can see it runs the clean target, it removes the build and the coverage directory, then it runs the build target, and that runs the build for TypeScript, followed by the tests. So there is the TypeScript build thing, just runs TSC. And then to run the linter, it looks like it does a clean for the tests, which is what runs find. So the problem we were having with the little red squigglies in Cloud9 was because I'd set up two ESLint profiles. One was, no, it wasn't two ESLint profiles, it was two build profiles. One of them was the regular build, which did not include any of the tests. Right, so the intent was when that build happens, the tests don't get built, so they will never get deployed. But so I set up two separate profiles. One was for ESLint, so that it would still check the test files for linting errors, and the other one did not include the test files. And that works fine on the command line, but for some reason Cloud9 didn't recognize the TS config that was set up for ESLint to check the test files as well. That's why everything in the test files got squigglies under it, because it wasn't set to compile them. So it didn't like anything. All right, so I had to add this little change. So now there's only one build description that builds everything, but then it runs the find command, which if you take in 1280, hopefully you remember. And if not, no biggie, I'll explain it. It says find in the build directory all the things that match this regular expression, and then delete them. So this is all of the compiled tests. So the process TSC will go ahead and compile them, and then apparently the linter will run on them. Oh no, it won't, because that's what this does. Before the linter runs, it goes and it deletes all of the JavaScript files for the tests. We don't need the JavaScript files for the tests because our Jest framework is set up to be able to interpret the TypeScript inputs. And that's better anyways, because then the line numbers will match and stuff. But it looks like the version of find that's installed on Alpine does not support this regex type option. Right? And what it's saying is there's multiple regular expression languages. They're all very closely related, but they're like dialects. And I'm telling it, I want you to use the POSIX extended dialect. Okay, and it doesn't like it. So that's what that's about. And here it's saying it got it from BusyBox. I was expecting it to use the GNU utility version. That's an easy fix though. So maybe that'll be our next commit, and then we might call it. Right. But eventually, it looks like that didn't stop our build, because then the linter ran, and then Jest ran. Okay, and then Jest says everything's amazing. And then down here it says uploading artifacts. So we said, I want you to keep everything in the build directory between runs of the continuous integration scripts. Okay, and then it says it succeeded. So that's great. Actually a little curious why it didn't run the deploy. Okay, so let's go back to the merge request. Oh, because we haven't merged it yet, that's why. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to take this merge request that was created when we created the issue in the first place, and we're going to mark it as no longer a work in progress because, I mean, it's passed the automated test. Merge request to remove the work in progress status. Okay, so it's no longer marked as work in progress. Okay, so I'm going to go over to the issue that it's oh, I could have just did it right there. Okay, well, I already clicked on it. So we'll go to the issue. So Bruno asks, since it was an error commit, 5E-DD6DD, can't you just remove it? So I did when when no labels pointed to it anymore, it was an orphan and it can't be reached. So it's still in the database temporarily. It won't be cleaned up until it runs the garbage collector, and it will be retained for 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks, whenever the garbage collector runs, then it will be permanently gone. You can force the garbage collector to run with a bunch of options to get rid of it early, but the remote server up here has already gotten rid of it. So once it's gone from our local environment, it'll be forever gone. Okay, so looks like I have to go back to the merge request. Way to go. All right, where's the big fat green button? Oh my. So running this on the laptop's not so good. I need something a little more powerful. All right, there it is, yay. So we'll click the merge and delete the source branch. So it'll delete that 2-CI branch on, what's it called, on GitLab. You can see it's running the pipeline again. But that's because we made a commit on master. It made a merge commit on master. So we'll go back. Oh, I'm already on master. Great. So I'll do a git pull to make sure I'm up to date. And I should have did a git pull prune to get rid of the old reference. Okay. So we'll do now a git log g. And here you can see there's my branch for number 2. And then you can see here is the merge commit that GitLab made. So it says merge branch 2CI into master, and then everybody is synced up. Right, so we had that there. Alrighty. So let's check that pipeline. So here it goes. So it's running. So, oh, sorry. The whole point of that was to say it actually did make a commit to master. The merge here is the commit on the master branch. Were we doing this from Cloud9, or were we doing it from somewhere else? Oh, it looks like we were doing it from Cloud9. Okay, so we'll go up, and we're going to do, no, don't go up. I want to go to the master branch. Git co master, and then we'll do a git pull prune, like so. Okay, and we'll check the log. This will still have the local ID for that branch. All it did when I ran the prune was removed it from the upstream. So, or removed our tracking branch to the upstream. So I'm going to delete this branch here locally. So that's git branch -d. And then I just type it. So 2 hyphen, and then I'll use tab completion to fill it out. Cool. Let's take a look at the log again. And now everything's great. So let's see how that pipeline, they explicitly put that call to the false command in. So I'll just demonstrate what it does. So if I type false, false, you can see here there's a little red number 1. So that means this thing terminated with an error. So my prompt is set up to show me the status code if there's ever an error. And if we want to see it the normal way, we go like this, and it says 1. Anything other than 0 means failure. If I do it again, it's going to say 0 because this was the most recent commit here. Okay, so it went ahead, it did some junk. Okay, so it should at some point, here you go, downloading the artifacts from build. You can see that it actually did something this time. All right, so what it did is it got the build directory and it put it locally. Okay. Problem, npm not found, node not found. That's actually okay. We don't need node to do the deployment. So that doesn't apply in this environment. Here is the stuff setting up the repo thing. Some idea which day, about the final exam. Cecilia, I think we only have one more lecture day left, don't we? So it'll have to be on that day. Okay. I'll look into that and figure it out. Sorry, I've been scrambling to get this remote lecture thing working and figuring out how I'm going to do this stuff. Your exam, though, will either be online or maybe we'll just make it like an assignment exam kind of deal, like a take-home. Okay, so here you can see it's trying to run the deployment script. I don't know anything about the finals yet. That still has to be determined. It's trying to run it, but you can see it's trying to use these variables, but they're blank, so it can't. So that failed. So it says invalid option, blah, and then it freaks out. Okay, so we're at the stage where we should probably call it quits. Because it's been 3 hours. I'd love to keep going, but this is the end of our scheduled time. So we'll figure something out. So we can pick up from here next time. Does anybody have any questions about the material that we covered or about what's left for the course to do? So I do want to finish this continuous deployment, and then we're going to have a very crash course in Scrum to just give you the foundation to understand how it works. But I think that should be next time. Anybody with a question? I have no idea how far ahead I am. There is a little bit of a lag so that your players can buffer. What's left for what? Yeah, we're going to finish this continuous deployment, and then all we're going to do after that is talk about Scrum. I really wanted to do some exercises to teach you Scrum, but because we can't meet face-to-face, it's going to be challenging. Maybe we could still figure something out. All right, so it doesn't seem like anybody has any questions. As far as the final exam goes, at this point, you know as much as I do. I don't know what the college is going to end up doing or if they've sent an announcement. So they don't want face-to-face meetings, so that kind of implies it's not going to be on campus. So it'll have to be on D2L or something like that. Oh, I totally failed as a streamer when I asked for next week will be class or quiz midterm. I think I might give you a take-home quiz, and we'll do a class because honestly I had planned 2 weeks, 2 sessions for Scrum, and condensing it into one is going to be hard enough. We'll finish it in 1 class. It was never intended to be 3, it was just meant to be 2, but that extra week was slack because couldn't quite predict exactly how long things were going to take. Okay, so if nobody has any other questions, I'll figure out what I'm going to do for that midterm and try to make it, really easy, because this is very challenging to do this remote stuff. How is the quality of the stream other than, the potato microphone and camera? Was the bitrate okay? Did it buffer too much? Anybody have any feedback? Good. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to make this replayable. I'll figure out where that option is and keep it around at least for the remainder of term. Yeah, so I'll make this replayable. It might not be there immediately because I think I have to click some buttons, but I'll keep it around, and I'll either make a link to it or make it public. All right, so I guess I'll see you guys next week over this again. And other than the CPU usage, it seemed okay. I'm thinking about switching everything to streamed lectures in the future, or an inverted classroom, they call it. So you'd have to watch videos before you go to lecture, and then lecture would be more like tutorials. For this one, yeah, I guess we can do that. I can do attendance. Do we still have everybody here? No, we've lost some people. So no, I'm not going to take attendance. So the viewers have gone down by a couple since we started. No attendance for this one. We'll try to do it next time. Okay, so see you guys next week. I'll leave the chat open for a bit in case anybody has any other questions.